A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the UWI Spec here in St. Augustine on the campus of the University of the West Indies with the news in this fourth-round clash in the West Indies Championships for 2024, the CCC up against the Leeward Islands, and the CCC won the toss this morning and they opted to bat first, and I don't think it's a surprising decision, but of course you never know, stranger things have happened and we get to go. But of course they need points in the race. As I say good morning to Vidya Ramphal, and Vidya sitting at the bottom of the table. I think the CCC may be thinking maybe we'll try something a bit differently this time around, see if we could lead from the front and try and post a big total here and see what gives. The decision to win the toss and bat first, I think, suggests that they feel that they could do just that.
Yeah, good morning to you, good morning to everyone here, and also it could also mean that they believe that this is going to be a pitch that will deteriorate, of course, towards the end. They don't certainly want to bat last on it. They want to get the best use of it. The pitch, actually, there's a generous amount of grass on it, Ruskin. There are already some cracks in the danger areas, so that should provide a bit of a challenge here. So there's going to be some assistance, there's going to be some jeopardy in it for the batsmen here this morning. And it's going to be an interesting first hour, I can tell you.
Well, it certainly is, but it's picture-perfect conditions here at the UWI Spec, where it's nice, bright, sunny conditions, and just as I say that, a little bit of a cloud passes over the sun to cool things down just a little bit, but it certainly is, has all the makings of a splendid situation here. Very, very, very good conditions. It's dry, as has been the case all over Trinidad and Tobago in recent weeks, so not too surprising that we do have pretty sort of bliss-free conditions. There's a nice breeze going around the ground, and I think the players will relish that part of it. But right now it's a situation here where the CCC, having won the toss and opted to bat, Daniel Evelyn is the man taking strike, and he's comfortably in behind it. No real venom in that one.
CCC will be hoping for a great start here. As you mentioned, they're at the bottom of the table, 14.6 points, and all of those are bonus points, actually. I just want to mention that. As for the Leeward Islands, 45.6, they're on second place against the Windies Islands, who are the runaway leaders.
Another delivery that is bang on target, and I suppose that, when we see so much cricket now in terms of the shorter versions, we see, we hear so much about basketball, cricket, and people trying to get on with scoring.
Delivery into the batsman late. This always happens here at UWI.
Yes, and opportunity this time. He's trying to run it down. He may get off the mark eventually, and he does so now. So a little bit of a misfield, and it ends the first over. One without a loss.
Solid start here for the CCC. We mentioned the 8 players from Barbados. There's also from Trinidad and Tobago, Yannick Otley and Kamil Puran. Puran actually made his first-class debut for Trinidad and Tobago last year after scoring a double hundred in local cricket. That's local club cricket, playing for Central Sports. But he hasn't really pushed on, and as a result not on the TNT team. Gets a chance to impress the selectors here once again as part of the CCC team. Sadiq Henry of Jamaica, the other player to make up the 11 folks. A little bit out of favor with the West Indies team right now, but a great opportunity for him and his personal quest to get back onto that West Indies team.
Certainly is, and Colin Archibald is going to pick up the attack. From the southern end of the ground, and you don't see that number 2 often. I think it is number 1. That's a delivery outside the off stump, and you can just see Evelyn just doing that unique leave alone.
Yeah.
The bat comes down after the ball passes, no doubt.
I haven't seen that before. I know that Stephen Smith has had some unusual ones, which a lot of batsmen imitate, but that's one I haven't seen. That's his own creation there, Mr. Evan.
3 slips and a gully, plus a backward point and a short cover. This time he's a little more orthodox in his leave alone.
And yeah, that certainly was very interesting. Courtney Walsh would have applauded. He had some extraordinary leave-alones. We're here at the UE grounds, named after, as you mentioned, the 8 Barbadians. The ground itself is named after the former West Indies and Barbados player, the great Sif Quarrel, who was part of the UE staff in Jamaica, of course, where he eventually passed away at a very young age.
Good lift there, but again starting too far outside the off stump to interest the batsman at this time. Again, look at where Hamilton was taking that one way over his right shoulder. Of course, Raheem Cornwall would have been so happy he did because it was coming straight at him.
Yeah, it was Hamilton's shoulder and Cornwall's knee. Okay, maybe we're exaggerating a little bit. It's just about Cornwall's midriff. But he's a very good catcher, very capable fielder. So I think he wouldn't have been having too many terrors of that.
They go down. This is a better line on this occasion, and it obviously necessitated a shot. But again, pure defense here now. It's important that they trying to dig themselves in here and try to put some kind of a partnership on the board.
Yeah, something they haven't done for the season so far. They picked up a couple batting points, bowling points, but it hasn't been a very good time here for the CCC team. Remember, this is the first time they're back in the competition in the first class setup for quite a few seasons. So it's a real test for these youngsters.
And coming forward, they're probably not into total control there, but it's going to get a single, and it's going to rotate strike. Kamil Puran gets an opportunity now.
A good moment for him, Kamil Puran. Didn't really do a huge amount in those couple of games that he played for Trinidad and Tobago, but now he gets that opportunity here. And Kamil Puran with number 77 on his back. He's an aggressive player. He really has made a big mark in local cricket in the T20 and T10 games. He's one of the best at it in the local game. Can he carry on here in the first class setup?
Again, good carry. Look at where Hamilton is taking that one over his left shoulder this time, gloving it nicely, and starts a trot to signal the end of the over. Just a single off of that one, so 2 runs from the first 2 overs.
Yeah, solid start here for CCC, and we'd expect to see more of this. Of course, their target would be something to, hopefully they'll try to get maybe up to about 75, 80 or so in this morning session without losing a wicket. They'd be pretty happy with that. And against this Leeward Islands team, Leeward Islands second in the table, 45.6 points. And the Windward Islands, the runaway leaders, they've been the surprise package to no one but themselves. You could have seen that the Windward Islands have been building up momentum over the last few seasons, and now they seem to have gotten it right. Can they now carry on to win the title, though? That's going to be the big question for them.
Yeah, well, I suppose now, after the break, a lot of the other teams will be hoping that they could have fixed whatever issues they might have. Trinidad and Tobago put a heavy emphasis, David Furlong, on the opening batters. He was hoping that they could get a start, and they made some changes there. Here's Louis again, and he's been pretty much on target, whereas Archibald took a little while to get the radar going. Jamal Louis at the other end has been very, very straight. Almost every delivery the batsman had to play.
Yeah, he's had to play at everything. And well, if you want to fix the radar, well, why not? You're at UE. You can find some fine finds here. Yeah, they'll get it right for you.
Engineering is only about 300. That's that old Chelsea support song. I know you don't want to hear about Chelsea FC.
Bluer than blue.
Blue, the world is blue.
Again, he's trying to turn this one around. You think from him, he's coming back for the second run, and that is excellent running again. And I think the key here, which again is something we didn't see too much of yesterday, the batsman putting pressure on the fieldsman by running that first run very hard. Give yourself a chance to get the second run, and I thought Evelyn did very well there coming back for that second run.
Yeah, he did very well, and Puran also responded quickly. He's very fit, Kamil Puran, and got there quickly, but Evelyn really had to strain at the end, and he has a good turn of pace there. Maybe he had some sprinting in his previous days. And again, the technique was good. He touched down looking at the ball. You know, some people touch down blindly and they then have to figure out where the ball is. That's very well played again. Excellent fielding for a moment there. It looked like that had 4 runs written all over it. But again, a fine effort from Casey Carty there, just knocking it down and really preventing even a run. Yeah, Casey Carty, he's a man on the move, isn't he? Did very well for the West Indies in that drawn series against Australia in January this year. His first test series, and the confidence is there in his game.
Louis again, just drifting into the pad just that little bit, but it just seems as if Evelyn looks very comfortable playing off his pad. He's not a tall man, so he has a low center of gravity, so he doesn't have far to go to get the bat across those pads.
It was Mikhail Louis that did the fielding. He's now been pushed back a couple of paces, and he, of course, really hit the headlines earlier this year in the competition. Second round it was, a couple of hundreds for him in his second match ever at first-class level.
Again, Louis just tightening up a little bit there, coming more to the center stump and completing another fine over, and at the end of it is 4 without loss.
Yeah, just a couple of deliveries on the leg side. One hit the pads, one played to Mikhail Louis, but a good over once again from Jeremiah Louis. Of course, with the hot conditions here today, and it's getting even brighter here this morning. A good time to get the shades on, Ruskin.
Yep.
It's getting even brighter here today. And you would feel that the skippers will have to be, Cornwall in this case, will be cognizant of keeping the spells down to perhaps 5 overs per bowler, especially for maximum for the pieces, because it's going to be a long day here. This is a good pitch for batting, and if CCC get off here, have a good morning session, they could see themselves batting deep into the first day.
Well, it certainly is, and again, we want to welcome one and all to the UE Spec as this 4th round game is on the way. That's a good delivery from Archibald there, just touching down and jumping. If there's one thing we're seeing here, there's good carry on the ball, because that one just hit, and if you look at where it passed over the blade of the bat, almost touching the glove on the way through.
Yeah, it's the bounce more than anything that's defeating the batsman in this early phase of the game here. They're just getting accustomed to that bounce, and it's just pitching just about that good length and getting up to under the elbows, basically.
And Puran is driving brilliantly for 4 runs. That is a gorgeous shot. He was pitching up there, and Puran, not afraid to put bat to ball, drove it exquisitely through extra cover and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, huge gap there between the backward point and the cover point, and he bisected that beautifully. And boy, was that a lovely shot. Great way to get off the mark. That'll give him some confidence. We have seen him in the past in the local game. As soon as he gets a couple of 4s, you know that
he goes happy.
He gets a little bit too happy, but he's going to have to retain that composure here, because he has to set himself up for a big innings.
Let's see what the comeback could be from Archibald, and that's the key here, because you're playing against bowlers who are pretty good working out their own areas of weakness. You have to do, as a batsman, do a similar thing, and there's a no ball, so things just going awry a little bit here for Archibald. You overpitched, he got hit for 4.
He's trying to tie up here a little bit, and he oversteps.
Linda Rajkumar, the local umpire, doing the signal. Linda Rajkumar from South Trinidad, works as a technical, he teaches technical studies, and he also, interestingly, is a powerlifter.
There you go.
Yeah.
You could teach some of the bowlers a little thing or two about working out their technical faults.
Yes, I'm sure about that. And some powerlifting to go with it.
And this time he's turning it on the onside. So a pretty good over so far for the CCC. And, not taking too many risks. Of course, the other umpire is the world-renowned Leslie Reefer, one of the best in the business.
And Leslie Reefer certainly has made a great reputation for himself in the first-class game. We've seen him at also at the higher levels of cricket. Certainly one that we'll see go very far in the game.
Again, touching down just outside the off stump. And once again, Evelyn not too interested going out there, although the way he picks up the bat, you get the impression he wants to go after it outside there, but he's showing good restraint so far.
And interestingly, that one collected by Hamilton at his ankle, so there is a bit of variable bounce out there. That's going to put a huge amount of doubt in the batsman's minds, minds of the batsman. So there will be that. I wonder how much they'll be thinking about coming forward to a lot of these deliveries here.
Again, concentrating on that line just outside the off stump, but he's starting a little too wide, and that's the natural angle, takes it further away outside the off stump.
Yeah, nice sound as it got into the gloves there of Hamilton. Well timed. You can always tell when a keeper is in good form. Just have to listen to the sound of the ball going into the gloves. A nice soft poof as it went in there. He applauds the effort of his bowler.
So let's see how he finishes off here now. He's playing one. There's a loud appeal. You certainly heard a noise. Now, did he play the bat or what? But Hamilton was still appealing, and the umpire says not out. It's the end of the over, 9 without loss after 4.
Not an altogether convincing appeal. It came a little bit late. There was definitely a noise, and it did pass close to the bat. It may have clipped the top of the pad. It could have been bat onto pad, but there was definitely a sound. It didn't sound like completely as that wooden sound of the ball coming off the edge. I mean, I know you haven't heard that very often. The ball didn't often find the edge.
I didn't bat long enough. But these are, as a cricketer, this was my mindset. Look at how much sun we have here now. You really think I would come to play cricket, get an opportunity to bat, and just come on, first ball, just throw the bat and get out? I'm thinking, boy, you're going to bat here forever. And Puran watchful. And because that has to be the thing, you're well, in my case, I was an all-round cricketer. So when I get a chance to bat, you say bat is bat forever, or bat for as long as possible. And, if you're chasing, well, you bat till you get to the total, or as close to it as possible. So you put your team in a good position. Here, these two are trying to build an innings to set up a total. So I think the mindset has to be, boy, I should bat here. These two ones, you're thinking, let's bat for the first 2 hours. See, go to lunch, and then we'll assess after that. That's another good delivery. But Puran, give him the benefit of the doubt, just kind of brought the bat inside, as is the custom now with a lot of batsmen. They just kind of draw the bat in if they're not going to play.
It's just gotten a little bit less bright here. The sun has gone behind the clouds, and even as we say that, it's back out again.
Back out,
yeah,
yes.
So it's playing hide and seek with the puffy white cumulus clouds above us here at UE Spec. Fabulous weather for cricket.
And for the beach, I might add. Trying to turn this one down the leg side. Failed to make contact there, but that was a gift. He probably could have gotten if not a boundary, at least a run. But he got too far inside of it.
Leeward Islands employing those 3 slips there. The tallest of them is, well, is Durham, I would believe. He looks just slightly taller than Cornwall. And Durham,
Not as wide.
not as wide. Different body types, but Durham certainly a formidable figure. He would be a menace in a boxing ring.
This is more like it for Pooran, just coming forward and playing it in front of him. You know, I go back to the game yesterday where we saw so many young, talented cricketers. You know, many of them you would hope, you know, would go on and probably get to this level in the not too distant future. And when you think of CCC, you think of a number of them are certainly bright young men. These, you know, in the true sense of the word of college student athletes. No interest in that one, and that is, you know, and that is what I most like about an experience like that, because if you speak to those youngsters, some have 8 passes, some have 10. You know, I don't understand how you can.
More.
Yeah, you know, how do you get 10 level passes with you? Some people are just scraping by with 5.
Yeah, and I mean, the CCC, I mean, if one were to think back in the past, so Frank Worrell's name is on this field. He was one who was studied while playing in test matches.
He's gone aerial just too wide there, and Carty couldn't get across to get a hand on it, but living dangerously there on that occasion, not to the pitch, just going through, and but he got a single all the same. So that brings it into double figures now, 10 without loss.
Yeah. End of the over.
11 without loss, I should say.
Yes, so Carthy, just like a few of these guys, have a little bit of headgear beneath the hat itself. So that's to really accommodate for the heat here, because it is very, very hot out there. We're sitting under a tent and it's hot out here.
And everybody has on some kind of headgear, other than maybe the bowler. But
And I'm sure he would have worn it if he could.
Jeffrey Boycott used to wear his hat on, you know, put on his cap and bowl with his cap.
Sonny Ramadan also.
Mm-hmm. And that's another brilliant shot. He's going to get another boundary. This one is going to run down the hill. I don't think the fielder is going to get after it, and that's 4 runs. A lot squarer this time, but again, good contact, and he put it away nicely.
Yeah, that was well played by Pooran. There was some width on offer, and he got into position nicely, and there was a lovely sound off the bat as that one flew past Mikhail Louis at that cover point position and to the boundary for 4. And I think that someone like Mikhail Louis, who's had so much confidence in those double hundreds earlier this year, he'll be looking at this and saying, when I get in,
But that
make them pay for that.
And that has to be the mindset. You know, you're thinking, when I get a chance to bat, you just want to bat and bat and bat, you know. Oh, that's a good response there. That's the way to come back at a batsman who just struck you for 4. And you really had Pooran thinking for a moment of playing and then taking evasive action.
Yeah, that he kept his eyes on it. That was a good thing. Kept his eyes on it, and then when it got big on him, just pulled the head inside, rather sharply, you have to say. And Archibald, for good measure, walked down and had a little steering contest with him. Pooran said nothing, neither said anything. The looks did it all.
Enough said. He is getting another one that is lifting. He's going to have to hurry, but again, just the speed of Evelyn there, getting him up the track rather quickly, and he's able to get home, I shouldn't say quite comfortably, but he had to travel quickly, but he made it safely.
Well, the youngster doing the fielding there was Jewel Andrew. What a talent he is, young Andrew. Jewel Andrew on this Leeward Islands team made his maiden first-class 50 against Trinidad and Tobago in a match where he really batted well and took the game, helped take the game away from Trinidad and Tobago in the last round.
And this time he was again playing and trying to pull the bat inside, but only after the ball had just brushed past the outside edge. So this is good going so far from Archibald, trying to atone for that boundary he gave up earlier.
Yeah, there have been a couple of boundaries so far, but in the main, it is the bowling team that has had, you would give the edge to at the moment, because they're getting a lot of balls to move around, feel beating the edge. So it's been an even contest here so far, but maybe you'll just give the edge to the fielding team at the moment.
Again, another good delivery. Just touching down in front of him and keeping a little bit low, forcing the batsman to have to respect it, as it was certainly on line and veering in on the stumps as well as his pads.
Most of these teams have made changes coming into the round. One or two players have gone across to the IPL, of course. But some of the teams making some changes, bringing in players, as we were talking about earlier, just trying to fix some of those issues.
Again, another lifting delivery. He wants a second one. He runs quickly for the first and then decides against it. As we saw closing in there quickly was Jeremiah Louis to end the over. And 6 runs coming off of that over. And taking the score into 17 now without loss.
Talking about some of those changes from the 8 participating teams, the ones that have come to mind more. Kemar Roach and Jason Hall have joined the Pride. That's a significant upgrade there.
Good replacements.
O'Shane Thomas has come in for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, but he hasn't been included in the starting lineup. A little bit surprised by that, O'Shane Thomas. Hayden Walsh Jr., though, is in the team, and given that there is a bit of help for the spinners here, I would understand why Hayden Walsh would have been perhaps figured ahead of O'Shane Thomas. Brandon King in the Jamaica Scorpions team, and Roshan Primus, who is also come in for the CCC. He has left the Pride and across to the CCC.
Here's another one. Just every so often he tends to drift into the pads a little bit there, Jeremiah Louis. But yes, you could see him is generating good pace and good bounce as well.
Yeah, there are also a couple of venue changes, Ruskin. The round 6 and 7, there was some venue changes. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua is unavailable.
Because
So
of
as
the
a
World Cup
result,
preparations,
that's
I would
right.
imagine.
Matches will be played at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. And changes in the squads for rounds 4 and 5.
But I suppose it's understandable where the World Cup obviously is something that the entire world is looking forward to, not just the region. So I think you have to make every effort to get all the facilities, ready and up to par to the international standards. So if it means, shutting down the facility early to make sure that the preparation, the adequate preparation is put in, I don't think people could complain about that too much. He is edging this one and he is out caught behind. Again, he tended to want to push at the delivery. We saw it more so up at this end, up against Archibald, but Louis is the one who was able to touch it down just in front of him and just hit the edge, and Hamilton did the rest.
Yeah, so that's the end of Evelyn. Yeah, well, he's gone for 5 runs. 17 for 1 is the score at this point. So the CCC's hopes of going through unscathed in the morning session has gone for the moment here. Evelyn has been lost here for 5. So the next batsman coming in is Sadiq Henry, or Sadiq Henry. Not sure what the pronunciation is for that first name, but in Trinidad we would say Sadiq. Yeah, Sadiq Henry. So the youngster out of Jamaica coming in. And as you could probably see, Not the biggest of men's. Small, looks like he's very well muscled though, as you would expect from athletes out of Jamaica. And he's joining the Trinidad and Tobago player Kamil Puran. So those two, the burden falls on them to take the CCC without further loss through the morning session here.
Yes, we're seeing a real Caribbean flavor to the CCC right now. We had Evelyn out of Barbados, replaced by Henry out of Jamaica, joining Puran from Trinidad and Tobago.
Unfortunately, that's where the flare ends, because after that, it's a steady stream of Barbados batsmen coming in. Because now remember, the CCC still have some quality to come here, especially Shamar Brooks, who is the best known of their batters. He's to come in. Also, you do have Yannick Otley, the former West Indies under 19 vice captain, former Trinidad and Tobago captain also. He is also in the mix here. So those two would provide some quality in the middle order.
The first delivery is a peach of a delivery. Welcome to the UE spec, right up in the block hole. And Henry did very well to get down on that one.
Well, he was trying to school the student there from the CCC, and that was well played. Got the feet out of the way, got the bat down on it, and maybe half expecting the Yorker to come in. That's one of the deliveries you would expect to come at you. Many would have seen what another Shamar Joseph did to Australia with some of those fine Yorkers that he put in earlier this year.
Driving again, and that's where Louis would probably be happy to see the batsman trying to drive at the deliveries. So I think he would be encouraged to pitch it up and maybe just touch it down just in front of them and see if he could get a little bit of movement away or in.
It's a heavily fortified offside field with those three slips, the backward point, cover point, and the mid-off in place. So they've trusted him to keep the ball on the offside and keep enticing these batsmen to drive and entertain those three slippers there. And, well, I tell you what, Hamilton looks like he's among the land of the giants there. He's very, very small among those three in the slips.
And here's another peach of a delivery. That one came back and it just missed. You see, hands on the head scenario there. That completes the over. It remains 17 for 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, you always have to take appeals by the fielding side with a grain of salt, or maybe a bag of salt to go with it, because they always tend to exaggerate how close it was. They would suggest that was maybe a coat of paint outside of the stumps. It wasn't that close, but it certainly was coming back. It was a very good delivery from Louis, who has struck the first blow here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
So it certainly is a little bit of a testing period for them here now. That the loss of that early wicket, how does that change Puran's approach here now? I don't think he wants to go driving airy-fairy outside the off-stump, but anything that Archibald serves up for him, I think he needs to be very, very aware. There he goes again, driving, just as I was saying.
What were you saying about not going for the drive?
You live by the sword, you die by the sword, you know. And he was just there looking to, I suppose, as you say, if there's a ball there to be hit, then hit it. You know, but I would not believe the situation of the game also dictates how you play sometimes.
Yeah, it certainly should. And talking about those three slips, Cornwall at first slip, Graves at second slip, and Durham at third. Those three, all three of them are at least about 6'3" and above.
This time he's coming in. Puran wants a single, but is sent back.
Kieran Powell's there, lurking in that mid-wicket position. And Powell, of course, has had a good season himself. He's gotten among the runs. Maybe not as many as I'm sure he would have been hoping for. Cornwall has made a bit of a change in the field here, Ruskin. He sent Joel Andrew, who was at that backward square leg position, down to the backward square boundary now. That's interesting. Is there going to be a short ball coming? We know that Puran loves to pull and hook at these short deliveries. Let's see if they're going to try him out with one.
That's the old 1-2 there. But Puran did well. He just got on top of it and turned it on the onside for a comfortable single.
As soon as that happens, well, Andrew is back inside, close to the wicket, just to the right of umpire Reefer. So it's Archibald has done a good job. Louis has been the more dangerous of the two bowlers so far. And as we come up towards this, I don't think they're exactly red zoning right now, Ruskin, but I'm sure that Cornwall will be thinking about a change maybe in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, because like you said, it's hot. It's very, very hot. And you want to preserve your bowlers as much as possible. There he goes. Henry this time drives gorgeously past the right hand of the man at that short extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Brilliantly played again by the young man, so he gets off the mark in impressive fashion.
Yeah, certainly well played there by Henry, and just like Puran getting off with a boundary, and so he's not overawed by the situation by any means. The young right-hander out of Jamaica. Jamaica over the years have produced so many fine batsmen. I mean, you would, of course, would have seen perhaps the best of them all, Lawrence Rowe.
Yep, the Yaga.
Yaga, the man himself. Celebrated his birthday earlier this year.
And of course, you have people like Everton Mathis, Maurice Foster, and some of the others. And again, every so often we see the bowlers just going down the leg side, obviously trying to line it up on the body. And the man who had dropped back to deep square leg has now come back into that leg gully position.
Jewel Andrew, who is remember is also a wicket-keeper batsman. He's playing in the outfield because, of course, the first string keeper would be the former test man, Jamal Hamilton.
And he has served the Leeward Islands so well, whether he's captain in the team or if he's just playing as a wicketkeeper batsman or just playing as a batsman, if you ask him to. I'm sure if you ask him to bowl, he'd probably do that for you as well. And again, thinking for a moment of a single, a little slip there for Henry. He was trying to mash the brakes, but I think he picked up a skid and had to then catch himself and shot back in there. At the end of it, 22 for 1 after 8 overs.
Well, he's not a big unit, so that certainly did help him. He was able to recover from that skid very quickly and get back into his crease. We will see another over here for the big man, Jeremiah Louis. So he's going to bowl another over here. And would this be his last, though? Certainly, when you're coming into a match, the adrenaline is there. It does push you through those opening overs. But once it wears off, it sort of hits you hard as you're in the field. So you don't want to push them too much, given that this is a fine pitch for batting, as we pointed out already. Could go a long way. Of course, you want to keep them on just about long enough to get the best use of the new ball.
And especially if you have options in terms of seam bowlers, you can go to. Here's another one that, again, Hamilton did well. He knocked it down. They should come back for a second. And he would be disappointed that it would be signaled as buys, but he did exceptionally well to get a glove to that and prevent it possibly from going for four wides, well, or four buys in the end, because he just kind of stuck his glove on. It was down the leg side, and he did very well to get a hand down to that.
Yeah, it kept a little bit low. In fact, he's just telling his captain, he's indicating with his left glove that one kept really low. Now, we've seen a couple of deliveries he's taken up in front of his face, and then there are a lot of them also he's taken by his ankles. So that variable bounce is coming into play here, and that's a real nightmare for wicket keepers. Of course, you'd love everything coming towards being taken
to midsection.
To your midsection, but that was a difficult take. He did well.
There's another one angling in, and now the bowler is looking at the wicket or the ground where he stepped there. Now, as a fast bowler, I tell you, when you are running in, all your body weight is coming forward. So as you plant and you get into that, you know, that bowling motion, you don't want anything to go wrong there. And you saw Louis immediately on delivering that ball, kind of looking back as to if they indicate something wasn't right there.
But the umpire is actually calling towards the ground staff for something. I wonder if it's sawdust.
Sawdust or something.
You know,
or
I
maybe-
didn't really see anything, any moisture out there this morning. I'd be surprised to find any moisture out there.
It might be a crack or something. Yeah, he is reaching for that one, and again Hamilton makes a good stop, and then he rubs it because he got struck on the side of the knee, and that's the part where there may not be that much padding because he had to turn his body, and it hit him just on the side of the knee there, right where the buckle is, and he's in a little bit of discomfort right now.
Yeah, he's taken one for the team there, and just a little bit unraveled there. The bowler is still disturbed by that spot, and that one kept a little bit low. That's why he sprayed it, I think, those two deliveries down the leg side. He's not certain about his footing at the moment. They did, in fact, call for the pounder. Let's call it the pounder. They have this implement that...
Big hammer
Yeah, it's like a big hammer. So if there's anyone who's going to be coming on...
and a
this
piece
is-
of wood.
Yeah, he's coming on, well, I was going to say it's Thor. Thor with his hammers out there.
Yep, and he's just in black.
Thor doesn't wear black. He's not blonde, he doesn't have blue eyes either. But anyway, he's the local Thor, on with that big hammer of his, and he's coming on with
Looks like Shadow.
a piece of wood. Well, he is dressed like the famous Trinidad and Tobago, the late Calypsonian Shadow, Winston Bailey. He did have a uniform, outfit like that.
Yep, the baseman from hell.
Well, this is blue actually, and not black. He wore black. In the meantime, just a little bit of a break. The water is on at the moment after they do some running repairs to the pitch there, Ruskin.
Yeah, and I think it's understandable if the bowler isn't comfortable at all. You don't want to wait till the end of the over because he could very well do damage to himself by trying to complete the over before the repairs are implemented or instituted. So I'm happy to see that they took the initiative to bring the fixer on to hammer out whatever unevenness or sometimes it might just be, as you said, because it's so dry. Sometimes because he's wearing spikes, he himself might have dug it up, and it might have, flaked, as they say. Yeah. And now they're just trying to even out that area, because if you take out more of the flake, you're going to create a whole big hole there. So what they do is they put it back in, and then they try to just kind of hammer it back into position as much as possible. But Louis is what, about 185, 190 probably. So there's a fair amount of weight coming in. You can see them scratching there, trying to make it as even as possible, so that when he puts that boot, and remember again, when you in your delivery stride and you're about to bowl, anything that bothers you down there is going to throw you off. And as you said, he bowled two deliveries down the leg side, and we're not making excuses for him, but here is the evidence that something was amiss there. Because he hasn't bowled two successive deliveries in the whole spell down the leg side before.
And suddenly sprays two down the leg side, so something definitely is bothering them here, so he's just about to continue. In the meantime, while we were talking about Louis and his struggles here, the physio for the Leeward Islands was on. That's Tony and Grand, is it? She was on...
Grant,
in fact. And she was on to do some work with Hamilton, who took that blow immediately. You could have seen him just rubbing at that. Yeah.
So he would have gotten some treatment to both his hands and his knees, because remember the ball before, he had to just drop the glove on it, and he was even, in fact, he's still looking at it as if to suggest that he might still be in a little bit of pain, but as an athlete at this level, you're never without pain. Something is always hurting. A toe, an elbow, a finger, something, a hamstring.
Well, they have had a 2-week rest, but it's still going to be there. It doesn't really go away, does it?
Because some of the injuries, doesn't heal that quickly. And again, good solid contact again shown there from Puran, coming comfortably onto that front foot.
He's played and missed a couple of times, but altogether he's been well in control of his shot making here today, and also well in control of his mind here. His composure has been good. He hasn't gone after played any poor shots today. That's augurs well for him.
Watchful, and again, but and you see the difference. Look at Louis now, because he's probably a lot more confident the way he's putting his foot. It's just his psychology of the whole thing, you know, because he's a little more relaxed now. He feels comfortable. He feels confident that once he plants his foot, the earth isn't going to shake under him, or it's not going to move, and he doesn't hurt himself. So the conditions here haven't really changed much. It's still nice and bright and sunny. Good cricket conditions. Cut in, down behind point. He's going to get a couple here. Might get a boundary, although I don't think it's going to get there. And it doesn't. So he's going to be happy with just the 2 runs. And that pushes him on by 2 to end the over. At the end of it is 26 now for 1.
Hayden Walsh Jr. was the one running down to do the fielding. I'm sure we'll see him at some point on the ball. And we just saw the Louis ball. It was at his 5th over for the morning so far. So that's, well, are we going to see another spell from him? So far, Cornwall has taken up the ball. So yes, so here comes a change, and Rakeem Cornwall. Now, Cornwall is one of those players who has an enormous amount of stamina. He's going to take that ball, and he can bowl for the rest of the morning. And that's what could very well happen here. So we could see a double change coming. Cornwall from one end. He does have the option of having the left-arm spinner, Daniel Dorham, and with the 2 right-handers in, that would not be a bad option at all. He does also have Hayden Walsh Jr., as we mentioned, who can also turn it away from the right-handers. So he has 2 good options with these 2 batters in.
And I think he probably would hold back Hayden Walsh Jr. because Hayden is more or less like he's one of those attacking bowlers that you kind of introduce him at the right time to have maximum effect. And immediately is sweeping brilliantly for 4 runs. Henry didn't waste any time at all. He got down there on that right knee and then just swept it sweetly. And he swept it away from the man at deep backward square for a boundary.
Yeah, he had no chance at all, Joel Andrew. That was Carthy who was down there to get that one. He's now been adjusted a little bit finer, but that was a gentle loosener there from Cornwall down the leg side, and he got the treatment. It was hitting with the turn also.
There's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Down the wicket he goes. He hits this one high in the air. There's a fielder getting under it, but he's just looking at it as it sails over his head there. And Powell, it goes all the way for 6 runs.
Well, that's a very good shot for the ball before. And now striking Cornwall straight back over his head for 4. No respect at all for the Leeward Islands captain here. Well, I think this is a statement being made here by young Henry. He's telling them that he's going to go after it.
And this time he's nibbling this one fine. That 2 could run close to the boundary. It may not get there. And in fact, it does, just ahead of Carty. Carty was coming a long way to his right. And that's another boundary. So 3 scoring shots in quick succession here, a 4, a 6, and a 4.
Yeah, that's the run starting to really fly along now that the spinner is on. And when you consider that Cornwall has taken 404 wickets at first class level, well, the youngster is saying he's not going to go on reputation here at all.
Well, he still has to be careful. You have to respect that history that you just alluded to there. And of course he's recognizing the trap set for him. There's a short, very straight mid-on as well, and plus the long on, and a mid-wicket more orthodox square. And this time he's driving comfortably.
Yeah, just to talk about that record for Cornwall, 404 wickets, and this is his 86th match at first class level.
There's a stifled appeal, but he was well out in front. So the end of a very productive over for the CCC, and of which they got 14 runs from it. So 10 overs completed. It's 40 for 1.
Well, one bowling, one ball can feel like a big effort in this type of heat. When you consider Cornwall has bowled 20,557 deliveries in his first-class career. That is a lot of bowling. And he does have that stamina. A lot of people have talked about his fitness, but when you look at what he's done for the Leeward Islands over the years, he can hold up one end quite efficiently. He keeps the runs down, and his economy rate in this first-class career is 2.80. So he does an excellent job of holding down the runs. Plus, he does pick up a lot of wickets.
Well, he certainly got roughed up in that last over, but Louis is going to continue.
Yeah, that was Louis is going to continue. He gets another over. Just to finish off on Cornwall, 7 10-wicket hauls, 27 5-wicket hauls. That's not a bad record at all.
That's excellent.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Yep.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people who play first-class cricket would love to have a record like that. And as you say that, Ravichandran Ashwin has climbed to the #1 spot in Test rankings as bowlers.
Playing that one off the back foot there, Puran, straight to the fielder. Of course, there were a lot of milestones recently. Jimmy Anderson getting his 700th wicket, test wicket at Dharmashala. What a place to play cricket. What a place to get your 700 wicket.
Up in the Himalayas.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like riding a bicycle in the Tour de France and you're up in the Alps.
Yep, that's right.
And it really is scenic.
That's brilliantly played. Back past the bowler for 4 runs. Superb shot there by the youngster out of Trinidad. Puran hit that very well. His 3rd boundary, that was not a man move shot.
Well, I'm not sure if the ground had anything to do with that one. If it did, it probably did so only after the ball passed, when it was driven back past the bowler, because that thing just scorched the earth on its way to the long off boundary for 4 runs. That's clearly the shot of the day.
Yeah, that is. He's hit some fine shots already, and that'll give him a huge amount of confidence here as he's moving on in his innings. Kamil Puran campaigns in central Trinidad.
And he's edging.
Oh, that's gone over the head.
No,
Oh, it's been taken by Cornwall. And the big man, 404 wickets. But when you talk about his catches, that was one of the better ones. That was really traveling. And Cornwall made that look ridiculously easy with those big bucket hands of his, and took that very well with the fingers pointing upwards. Fine catch by Cornwall. And that's the 2nd wicket down here for the CCC. And Puran, after hitting a superb 4, has succumbed to the pressure, Ruskin, and he's gone.
Well, again, it's really about understanding the bowlers and what the bowlers are trying to do. That was a delivery, again, pitched up to him. He just threw the bat at it, and it peeled off the edge. Cornwall made it look so easy. In fact, he just stuck his hands up and just pulled it down. And certainly, and I suppose what is most disappointing here, and I suppose this is what Puran is probably going to be most disappointed about, is that he just executed such an amazing straight drive and looked to be right in form. He got 177 on the weekend, so he is in the pink of form at the moment, but all that form does nothing for you if you're sitting in the pavilion.
Yeah, that's right. 85th catch, by the way, for Cornwall in his 86th game. So continues to take the catches. Had a brilliant one in the last game, a diving catch away to his right. The big man taking a superb catch that went viral, I understand, on Facebook. But he really made that look easy. And what really confused a lot of us here was that he turned around looking as to suggest the ball had gone past him, but it didn't. It was nestled quite comfortably in those big hands of his.
Yep, in the bucket it goes. And Could you imagine if that was closer to the wicketkeeper than it was to, because it was straight over his head in Cornwall, and it would have taken a Herculean effort on the part of Hamilton to get up there to hold on a catch like that.
Yeah, Hamilton, I don't think would have gotten anywhere close to that because that was really traveling. Cornwall, let's say it's about 6'5", 6'6", about there. He reached above his head, so I think he would have taken that one possibly about 8-9 feet in the air.
Yep.
So that's significantly above where Hamilton could have reached.
And welcome to the crease, skipper.
Shamar Brooks, the man out of Barbados. He's 35 now and has already played in 13 test matches, but his first-class record, a bit disappointing for somebody of his talent. He averages just under 30, and you would expect him to cross 5,000 runs. He's just about 4,828 runs in his 103 first-class matches now, and 728 50s during his career. Now hits him on the pad, he's gone! And the skipper's gone without scoring. A double strike here by Louis in the over. Boy, we were wondering if he had enough gas to go for another over. He says yes, a resounding yes for Jeremiah Louis. And Brooks is gone. A short stay here for him. He's out without scoring.
What a blow. So 44 for 3 it is now. And what over from Jeremiah Louis. He's one of those, like the Energizer Bunny. The more he bowls is the more he wants to bowl. And really, that is the crucial wicket for them. And I think they're going to take the water break, official water break now. But clearly, this first hour would be, based on the fact that they got this wicket now, is switched decidedly in the Leeward's favor.
Yeah, it certainly is. All the plans that the CCC would have had come out of this opening period without losing a wicket. They've lost 3, including their very influential captain, who's gone without scoring here. So 44 for 3. The wickets to go: Evelyn caught Hamilton, bowled Louis 5. Puran was out caught by Cornwall off Louis in this very over, and Brooks went LBW without scoring. So Louis will still have a couple of deliveries when on the other side of the water break. We'll take a short break ourselves. We'll be back with more. Welcome back. The CCC 44 for 3 after
11 overs.
11 overs it is. And what a start here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are looking to get another win here and to put the pressure on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Cornwall, who took that catch at the last over, ready to continue. And Cornwall, certainly that was a really brilliant catch by Cornwall. Made that look easy. And he was turning around as if to fool everyone and say, well, that one went past him. But he took it very well. Down the leg side, Cornwall getting that one to turn quite a lot here to Sadiq Henry. He's out there with Demario Richards. Those two will take up the battle here for the CCC in this one. And that one rising on him. That's one of the features of Cornwall's bowling. Because of his height, Ruskin, he's able to get a lot of bounce.
Yes, and he bowls from a fairly high action as well. He's a tall man, and he does have a pretty decent action as well.
Of course, when you pitch it up, it's going to be easy for any batsman, and that was nicely driven away. They get one. They will get a second run by the overthrow. There's a possibility of a run-out chance at the non-striker's end, but the throw is very, very wild from Carthy and away from the stump, so he gets away with that.
Demario Richards didn't really respond, and when he did, he put his hands up, and by that time, Henry was flying coming back for a second.
Yeah, I think he's quite aware that he is playing alongside a Jamaican who is very, very fast. Yeah, Henry just looks like, I'm sure that he has some sprinting in his background. He really got down there quickly and turned, and he was able to make up the second run very fast, in spite of the fact that the fielder was onto the ball when he set off.
But he sent him back. It's a good thing, too, because I'm not sure Demario would have made it back down for that second run.
Cornwall now round the wicket. Getting that one to turn across the left-hander. Always the... Cornwall will try to pitch this one just about off stump, just getting it to nibble and perhaps go to one of those two slips. And there's the bounce again. A little bit of discomfort there for Richards. Sorry, the over comes to an end. And at the end of it, of course, the 2 wickets falling in the last over. Just a run in that one, Ruskin.
45 for 3 now.
45 for 3.
Yes, another good over from Raheem Cornwall, and I think he'd be happy now he has a left-hander at the crease, so you could probably start, working on him, trying to pitch it maybe middle and off stump, and by the time it gets to him, it's going outside. He has a slip and a gully and a forward short leg as well, so pressure being applied here, which is good cricket, good to see, and making life as difficult as possible for the new batsman, who is Demario Richards. And Henry himself hasn't been there that long.
Well, Jeremiah Louis, thinking that perhaps was his last over, but after you take 2 wickets, it's a brave captain to take you off. Here he is again. Oh, that's a fine ball. And he certainly had Henry ducking away from that. And Hamilton took that one slightly down the leg side above his head. That one had a lot of venom with it.
It certainly was a peach of a delivery, because it pitched and it could see it angling into him. And again, a lot of the modern batsmen tend to play, they move their heads back. But when the ball follows you like that, a lot of times you end up on your buttocks because you have nowhere to go. You're overbalanced, when it's probably better to get inside the line of the delivery. That's well played.
Nicely driven again, and that's gone past the fielder, but he will catch up with it. Carthy Day turned for the second, and, well, Richards was sent back this time again. Henry was having none of that. He stayed in the crease, and that just ends up with the 1 run. But let's talk about Louis for a moment. His 54th first-class match, and he's now taken 140 wickets in that time, an average of 25.33. And 2 5-wicket hauls. He hasn't had a 10-wicket haul in his career, but 2 wickets already for the morning.
But did you see what happened with that ball? That ball was hit so firmly, then all of a sudden it's like it hit a divot and just stopped.
Died, yeah.
It's like it hit like where the tractor was. Like it just hit one of those little demarcations there, and it took all the pace out of it.
Yeah, it does tend to happen sometimes, and that one just slanting across him with the left-hander in.
And that's why I thought Henry was shocked, because he told himself at least 2 runs out of that. But once the ball hit that little divot there in the ground, it just sort of died. All the pace got out of it, and the fielder was just able to just casually pick it up.
Yeah, didn't get full value for his shot.
Almost
certainly
got
with
run
this
out
one.
too.
Yeah, that would have been cruel towards the youngster. We'll get a single this time. And played firmly on the onside. So he will have to adjust his line here to the left-hander. Hasn't done that sufficiently, at least with that delivery. That certainly would have been a lot better delivery to a right-hander. But it was easily picked off there by the lefty Richards to pick up 1.
And that's good, sensible batting. I think he, the usual trend of thought and the thinking is that you try to play the ball, play it on merit, and that one was on his hip, so he could easily have just turned it and pick up a single and get at the other end.
And there's another one keeping low. So early in the over, there was one that pitched and it was taken over the head of the keeper. This one he takes at his ankles. Now that's certainly not a situation that batsman would relish here. And you can always tell when a batsman's uncertain. He goes down, has a little look at the pitch, just tapping it down.
Spare thought for Shamar Brooks there, because the one he got kept low as well,
Yeah, just pinned him plumb in front.
Yep.
Yeah. When you're at this stage of your career, these things tend to happen. Well, let's turn that. An awkward-looking shot that will go down the slope here, slowing up. It won't get to the boundary. Will they get 3? Well, certainly Henry was interested in a third. Only going to get 2, though. That's a good bit of fielding. But that one really looked like it was going to the boundary. But I think the grass, if anything, might be just maybe a little bit higher than normal. And that one didn't get to the boundary. End of the over, though.
49 for 3 at the end of the 13th over. They picked up 4 runs in that over, and again, not taking too many risks, and so if they could just continue, because that's how you build partnerships, that left hand, right hand here could work in their favor. As you said, when he bowled the delivery that Richards fended off his body, if it was for a right hander, it would have been a much better delivery, but because there's a left hander out there, the bowler now has to adjust.
Cornwall will start here. Finally, he has a left-hander to bowl to. And the off-spinners always relish bowling to the left-handers, don't they? And Cornwall is no exception. Yes, those 2 slippers in place. There's also a backward point and a cover point and a very short extra cover in place. Very heavily regarded offside field. That's nicely pushed down the line. Oh, that's gone through the fielder. That's going to head out towards the boundary. And it's going to get there for 4 runs. Powell's chase is in vain. That's a boundary off Cornwall. He was treated to a couple of those earlier in his first over. Now gets the treatment there from Richards.
A despairing dive from Archibald there at mid-on. And once it got past him, it was plain sailing going down the hill, and nothing that Powell could do.
Thought that one was going on to hit the stumps there, just dropping in line and maybe just turning away. And it looked like that one was very close according to the fielders.
Anyway, we saw one yesterday where the batsman left alone and got bowled down to an off break that came back at him.
And again, a late decision to leave that one alone. Showing good judgment here, Richards so far, batting at number 5. So the 2 openers gone, 5 and 18 for Evelyn and Puran. Brooks gone for a duck.
And that would have been a big blow.
Yeah, it certainly was, as the over comes to an end. And Cornwall takes his hat from umpire Rajkumar. End of the over. Nice boundary in the over. Well pushed down on the onside by Richards for a boundary.
That would have brought up the 50. and how they would have preferred to be, what, 50 for 1 maybe, as opposed to 50 for 3. That one over from Louis really did some serious damage to their plans here, and picked up 2 wickets in the same over, including the skipper. So it clearly was a good body blow struck there by Louis, and as a result, he finally gets a breather, and Archibald is going to come back now at the top end. Maybe the captain is saying that the spearing dive that you did there just now,
Just did enough.
yeah,
It convinced me.
yeah, that maybe you need to bowl.
So Archibald gets his chance with that big number 1 on his back, the left armour over the wicket. Here he is. Oh, he's gone for a big drive there. That one maybe into the pads, just trickling away on the onside. If anything, Henry's a very aggressive batsman. He took liking to Cornwall in his first over, and some batsmen love to do this. They want to, they want to put the fear of God in the mind of the bowler very early, and Henry's no exception.
Yeah, he's a tidy-looking batsman as well, but he's, like you said, he's very aggressive, not afraid to put bat to ball. In fact, there are a number of West Indian youngsters who you could say the same.
Thought about the single, but decided against it. And some of the other matches on now. West Indies Academy, 2 without loss. Early stages of that game against Jamaica. And Windward Islands in some trouble, 34 for 2 against Trinidad and Tobago. That one's taking place at the Queen's Park Oval.
They're the leaders, and but they've
Thought about the single. Oh, he got back in time. Henry, oh, I think he'd given up there, Henry. That was a good bit of fielding, but he had one stump to aim at and couldn't hit it. That would have been Henry back in the pavilion.
And it's not necessarily his call, because that ball was played behind him, you know. And if you don't get a call from the batsman who's seeing everything in front, then you're better advised to stay close to your crease and don't wonder. He almost overcommitted to the run and couldn't get back.
Well, Richards has walked down to have a little talk with him. He looks a little bit unsettled there, trying to get a run off those 2 deliveries. That's better. And look at the bounce there from Archibald. That one collected by Hamilton above his waist. So really variable bounce on both sides, especially on this batting at the southern end. A few of them keeping low and a couple of them rising up above the face of the keeper.
Yeah, we just saw Durham run down to fine leg to have a change of headgear. He's going for the broad brim now. Probably looking to cover more of his neck and shoulder, because
Durham has everything covered. He has the sleeves on also, and he has the short sleeves, but he has those skin-colored sleeves underneath.
plus he has on the shades and everything, so he's well protected.
And I'm sure he has on his sunscreen.
Yep. So they obviously want to protect themselves as much as possible. And who's to blame them? These are very, very harsh conditions. It's hot, it's dry, it's humid, although there's a nice little breeze blowing across the Sir Frank World Park and UWE Spec.
That one had him in some problems there. Just dropped the wrist on that one, and they could see him working out exactly what the bowler was doing. End of the over. Interesting over, a little bit up and down, but the batsmen survive. And so
Again, good.
A lot going on here, Ruskin. Apologies there. And of course, there are some matches going on outside of the West Indies Academy 3 without loss. I told you about that. There's also Barbados. There's the West Indies Women's Super 50 tournament taking place at this time. So we'll update you on some of those scores.
Yeah, their final round matches are starting today. They're playing today.
Yeah, Jamaica looking to be crowned champions today. We'll update you on that during the over. Here's Cornwall. Well, the fielder who was at that silly mid-off position has now been withdrawn. After seeing those drives being played, he's decided, well, I have enough of that. Oh, he's dropped it. Hit firmly in the air, and Durham, who was in that position at mid-wicket, puts it down.
Well, he got his change of hat, but it didn't it didn't give him any luck. It didn't bring him any luck on that occasion. But that's a catch at this level that you expect to be taken, because it was right at that waist-high level. He had everything in his favor. All he had to do was close the hand and accept the ball, and he grasped it.
Well, the last person you want to drop a catch off is your captain, and he has to cross the pitch to go to the other side right by his captain. He wasn't looking at him at all. Oh, that gets past the fielder. They will get one.
Good bounce again from Cornwall there, showing that the conditions, he can operate in these conditions, and certainly had Henry, who's fairly short, had him hopping and skipping a little bit there, trying to get on top of that one to turn it on the onside.
Left-handed Richards back on strike. Nice defensive shot. In terms of those scores, West Indies Academy 4 without loss. Windward Islands 42 for 2 against Trinidad and Tobago. And Guyana Harpy Eagles are 34 without loss against the Barbados Pride. And of course, you know the score here, 53 for 4. The combined 54 for 3, correction. And well, in fact, the score
should be 55.
The score online is 54 for 4, so that has to be corrected. And that'll bring an end to another tidy over here from Cornwall. So at the end of it, 55 for 3. In terms of the women's tournament, which is taking place right now, Leeward Islands women in all sorts of trouble against Trinidad and Tobago. They are 75 for 6. Now remember, Trinidad and Tobago have not won a game so far. Neither have the Leeward Islands. So that's really the battle for the wooden spoon. Jamaica women looking to get the title today. They are 42 for 1 against Guyana. And that's the situation there. And Barbados women, well, Windward Islands 73 for 2 against Barbados in that game.
So those are some interesting scores there, and it shows that a lot of wickets are falling, and it's up to the batsmen to really dig in now.
Big drive essay there. We are in the Caribbean, so that was a nice, the stereotypical Caribbean dash at the ball. Didn't get any contact, luckily.
Well, again, it's you play the situation when you can, and he was just going there very, very loosely, driving at one outside the off stump, but he didn't put the foot across. He just put it down the wicket and had the bat well away from the body there. I mean, he might have gotten 4, but he could so easily have gotten out.
Another one, he's gone for it and misses again, taken by Hamilton. Now, he hasn't quite worked out what Archibald is coming at him with. So he's decided that he's going to meet Archibald with aggression here. So far, Archibald is winning the battle of the wits at the moment. And
the contact point is not at the pitch of the ball. He's trying to go through the line, hit it on the up. And, he's not... once the ball moves, that line, you have to adjust to that line as a batsman. And we know Archibald does have the ability to move the ball both ways. He can take it away from the right-hander, and he can bring it back into the right-hander.
And that latter is the one he has to be careful for. This time, no big drive, just a defensive push. So, again, we had Richards walking down to have a talk with him. He does sense that Henry is a little bit unsettled here, especially against the left-armer Archibald. Of course, Jamaica batsmen would have been quite used to seeing a lot of left-armers, including the likes of Sheldon Cottrell over the last decade or so.
Yeah, and that's the good thing too is that because so much cricket now is being played, a lot of these batsmen get to face the test bowlers.
That's driven beautifully. True extra cover. That may not get to the boundary. The fielder's getting after it. No, just beats him there. That's a nice shot. Maybe not getting all of that, but enough of it to get it to the boundary past the run of Casey Carty. So that's a 4. And that's what Henry has been attempting to do twice already in the over.
Well, you know, if you try and try and try, keep trying, as they say, and hopefully you will get through. But I don't think the bowler, if I'm thinking like a bowler now, I don't think he'll be too disheartened by that, because what we said about Meatloaf yesterday, 2 out of 3 in bad, you know, and he
but it's not rolling.
But now it starts to roll. So I think they're happy now, or they're gonna have to bring the tractor.
Well, he is the tractor driver. There he is, running into the tractor. I don't think those gentlemen are strong enough to move that. We need guys like our cameraman, Joel Phillip, guys of that sort of stature, and perhaps even Rashawn Primus. He would have moved that with a finger.
So the tractor now is going to try to help out.
And once again, it's Graves that, just to tell you what's happened here, Graves has now moved to bowl from the southern end. So as a result, they've switched him over. So I think they're going to go with Durham from the northern end, Graves from the southern end. I don't think he was entirely happy. If anything, Ruskin, this northern end, it's a bit, the angle running up to the wicket, it's a little bit of a hill.
Well,
So
I suppose on both ends, because most times you prefer to bowl from the top end because it kind of slants downwards. But you're right,
Not
because
in this
it's a
case.
turtle back here, you have to go up a little incline.
Yeah, but it's a lot flatter on the southern end, so that's why he might be feeling, well, I think I'm a bit more comfortable bowling from that end. So here he is.
And this time it's going down the leg. And but what was amazing about that is when the bowler started his run-up, one of the attendants who was helping to move the side screen was just casually walking across the side screen. I was waiting to see if the batsman would pull up and say, but he was just so casual to just walking. And now one of the boards, the one to the far left, is spinning. So the black side is facing, but maybe what they did is turn it at an angle so that it doesn't impede or doesn't hamper the batsman's vision. So another delivery on the hip, and just another comfortable single. So they go through these periods where they can't score. Remember, there was a period when we had 55 for 49 for 3. And it got to 53 for 3 or 4 overs. So they had a long period where they couldn't get the ball off the square very well. And I'm just wondering if this is one of those periods when they really have to dig deep and consolidate. Touching down outside the off stump, but not giving him much to work with.
Yeah, they're really playing on the patience of the batsman at this time. And this is where you have Henry, who's very aggressive, Rashawn Primus, who is used to going after the bowling. So you have two batsmen who love to get on with it here. So it's an interesting period of the game. And it's ripe here for a wicket for the Leeward Islands. And Primus and Henry will have to pull back a little bit here in terms of their intent.
Especially with lunch not too far from now. They must be thinking about that as well, and trying to go into lunch without any further losses.
Yeah, in fact, it's just 6 minutes. So after this over, we might see just one over from Daniel Durham, and that'll be it for lunchtime today. But the good thing for Primus is that, as you've mentioned already, he's starting to look like he's timing the ball a lot better.
Yeah, he just needs to spend time out there now. And give himself and his team a chance. Again, trying to work that one through. And we've seen Graves on a couple of occasions now push the ball down the leg side. So, like you said, maybe he's just feeling his way through getting comfortable with the conditions, because he's not running in at any, he's not very aggressive in his approach to the crease. So I don't think anything is throwing him off. He probably just needs to get comfortable with the conditions. He's sort of ambles up to the crease.
Well, they are the home team for this game, but it's not a home game by any means, because the CCC, they do travel around the Caribbean. So it's not that he's played a huge amount of cricket here. He has to get used to conditions, and then we'll start to see him really express his skills. So we're into what should be the last over, unless Durham really fizzes through this one, Ruskin.
Yeah, which you can do sometimes, because...
4 minutes should be enough.
Yeah, because he doesn't, the batsmen either have to defend a lot of deliveries, or they leave a couple of deliveries in the over, so it's really from bowler to the wicketkeeper, bowler to the, you know, so it doesn't take much time for them to do that. So it will be interesting all the same. So when we do have the genius of some of our technical people, we're having a problem with a monitor here, so they invented a monitor for us to some degree. The only problem with that is you need magnifying glass to see it.
It looks like something out of Space Odyssey 2001.
Right on spot. And we won't say who was the genius, but
Well, let's call him Hal.
but he's trying to help us. That's the important
That's
thing.
the important thing.
Which
and
we
We
appreciate.
certainly do appreciate it.
Driving, and again, the fielders close in.
That's Louis again.
Yep.
Good bit of fielding. Of course, the newcomer is always pushed in that position,
Yep.
isn't he? It's done well.
So there's a slip and a gully, and that silly middle who's right there, and this one is pitching and spinning past the glove. They all go up with a stifled appeal.
Well, Durham never really appealed. He didn't look interested in that at all. He just turned a kind of inquisitive, a half inquisitive turn to the umpire. How's that, sir? Two batsmen have a little talk. They want to make sure this is the last over before lunch. They're going to have a little talk between Primus and Henry.
Yeah, it makes sense, because if you don't have to face another over, then don't. And that's another good delivery again from Durham, who again dropped on a nice line and a good length. Very simple action, but a big fellow. And
Spectators catch.
yep, driving though. Henry is not afraid to drive. We've seen that throughout this innings already. He relishes the opportunity to come onto that front foot. It goes again with another forceful drive, and that completes the over. And just as we suspected, he got through the over rather quickly.
He certainly
A
did.
maiden.
And there will be another over for Graves to get himself back accustomed to the conditions here. And it is, let's see, the clock is saying 2 minutes too. He finished that over in
Just
two
about
and a half
three- yeah,
minutes,
yeah,
2.5 to
two.
3 minutes. Great going there by Daniel Durham, maximizing what the Leeward Islands have been able to do this morning. And Durham, one of two players from St. Martin in this Leeward Islands side. That's a significant thing when you consider it, because you have Casey Carthy, both of these players coming out of a country that has not produced a huge amount of
cricketers.
West Indies cricketers. Yeah. It's an interesting story, by the way.
Yeah, just 3 slips, they go down. And Primus again middling the ball quite nicely, but can't get it through on that occasion.
A great credit to the cricketing authorities in St. Martin. I understand that part of the story has to deal with a couple of coaches from Guyana also migrating to the island and helping out with the situation there.
So we have Saint Martin,
Yeah,
which is kind of like the French side.
you're right.
And then we have what we call the
Dutch side.
the Dutch side of the island. Primus this time is going to get a single because the man was pushed back from there, and if had he been standing there as he was in the previous delivery, they probably would not have gotten a single because he was right there. And now he comes back into position now that Henry is on strike.
Yeah. And of course, there's the famous St. Juliana Airport, where people used to do the Superman move. Have you ever seen that, Ruskin?
Yep.
Don't think I'd see you doing that
Nope,
anytime soon.
not anytime soon, or not ever.
It's been banned now. In
Yep.
fact, you're not allowed to do that after a couple of deaths actually happened in that region.
Sad. I mean, but the things that people will do for excitement, you know.
Yeah,
Too
just-
far outside the off stump to interest Henry.
Yeah, just ask our resident daredevil, Joel Phillip. He knows all about exciting stuff.
What are you daring, Joel?
If anybody would do the Superman in this crew, it would be Joel Phillip. He would be the one to do it. But certainly it's not something I'd encourage anyone to do at all.
As we say, don't try this at home.
Or anywhere, especially not just outside of the airport in Saint Martin.
Graves again was pitching up, but that's nicely played. He just squeezed it into the cover region, picks up a couple comfortably. And this is good batting. Again, knowing that the lunch is right around the corner, you're not going to try to do anything too extravagant. So you just play on merit.
Yeah, he has 36 of 39 deliveries, 4 fours, 2 sixes. And what's been interesting about this innings here from Henry's, actually had a very good strike rate, 92 so far. So he's done well.
Those
for
two
the
sixes,
CCC.
yeah, those 2 sixes came off Cornwall as well. And that one,
Was he playing a shot?
I suppose that's the question they will ask. And leg by is a signal because he got struck by it.
Well, the Leeward Islands players look a little bit
The
bemused
ball
by
didn't
that.
go for 4 because the umpire signaled 4 leg bys, but the ball was fielded by Carty down here, so it never got to the boundary. So I think the umpire has to change his signal. He thought it was going to go for 4, but the fielder was clearly there to pick up the ball, and then he kind of has a big laugh about it because it never got to the boundary.
Yes, so it is a hot day.
Yep.
Certainly. So it's a loss in concentration by the umpire there, but that one was clearly fielded by Carthy, as you mentioned. And also what had happened is that the batsman, in trying to get out of the way of delivery, actually lifted his bat away from it.
Yep.
So there was a suggestion that he was not playing a shot either.
Yeah. So he did get a leg by, but just the 1 leg by and not the boundary. And Primus now wants a single that is not there. He's forced back into his crease with the return. So now we're going to go to the luncheon interval with the CCC after winning the toss and Upton to bat. They reached 78 for 4 after 26 overs.
Well, it's a fairly good recovery. They've put on 29 runs since the loss of the last wicket. So these two, Primus and Henry, have done a good job. But honours really have gone to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the first period. 3 wickets for Jeremiah Louis, 1 for Cornwall. They have the advantage going into the second session.
And we will have that for you in a little while. But again, Evelyn made 5-18 to Puran. Henry is still there. He's, 36 not out?
He is 36 not out, that's right.
So he is the mainstay so far for Henry. Brooks made a duck, and he's on 41 now. So he's 41 not out. And, of course, Demario Richards made just 6. So those are the batsmen out. And we'll have more action for you in the post-lunch period. We hope you could join us for that. he will now negotiate the run So just after the luncheon interval, the Leeward Islands, I'm sure, will be hoping to continue taking wickets here. And but Henry and Primus will be hoping to deny them those opportunities here, just to maybe frustrate them a little bit. And I think they don't have anything to lose right now, the CCC. Here is Primus, is this one in the air, it could be out, and it's a good catch, and well-judged catch in the end. Hayden Walsh Jr. running back there, and Primus again very impatient, and immediately after lunch, with just one run added, he goes for a 3, caught Hayden Walsh. And they've now slipped to 79 for 5 with just the addition of 1 run since the luncheon interval, and they've lost a wicket already. Certainly not what the doctor ordered here. And just the level of concentration, because you've just had a break, a long break, probably the longest break in the game. So you really want to give yourself an opportunity to just to get back into rhythm. Maybe see out a couple overs, get accustomed to the pace, and before you launch an attack. But the first delivery that he got, that was well up to him. He couldn't help himself, and skied one to cover. A good running catch taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. As I say good afternoon to Ian Wason, who's taken over from Vidya Ramphal, who's had an emergency, and he's out for the rest of today. Hopefully be back tomorrow. So say good evening to you, Ian.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. So not bad to be coming in 1 down, so and hopefully in the second innings Vidya can return.
So this is a bit of a hole now for the CCC. They really need somebody to put their hands up here. Yannick Otley is the new batsman. It's the end of the over, 79 for 5 now.
Otley coming in, had a few good scores with Clark Road this season. Got a couple 50s, as well as Kamel Puran, who came into the CCC team. As he mentioned, he scored 177 in their huge win over Presal a couple weeks ago. So these guys are knocking and taking their chances. You know, maybe not with the Red Force team, but of course, getting other first-class chances with the CCC.
So it's Graves who's going to resume after lunch. And again, Henry not wasting any time at all. It went hard at this one. Again, it came off the bat at a slightly awkward angle, but it was well away from the man at point. Another boundary to Henry. So he goes racing along now to 46.
That's a very good shot. A very positive shot from this young man. And of course, how he hit Rakeem Cornwall for 14 runs in his opening over shows already his intent on what he intends to do in this innings.
Certainly as well. Now they've made a little adjustment. They've taken out the third slip, or the gully, and put Hayden Walsh at a short third man or backward point more than anything else. So we have the 2 slips, the backward point. The man who was at cover point goes a little bit to his right, so he's more of a cover. And then there's a short extra cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Those are the fielders. And he's so, as we say, he just loves to drive. Anything that's pitched up, he's not afraid to throw the bat after it, but sometimes his legs, he doesn't move his legs. So as a result, he doesn't get the body in the ideal position to complete the shot. And on that occasion, luckily for him, he got a lot of the inner portion of the bat. He was driving through the offside, it squirted out to mid-wicket.
And sometimes that could just easily be an inside edge onto your stumps. So he has to be very careful and especially employ his foot movement.
And a delivery that is pitching up to him on that occasion and forcing him to defend it. Graves again. Probably not at his best at the moment. He seemed to be taking a while to kind of come to terms with conditions here at the UWE Spec. But what a great day for cricket. And I always say when it's a good day for cricket, it's a good day for the beach too.
This one is a bit shorter from Graves, who recognized that Henry is ready to drive at anything pitched up, so he dropped this one a bit shorter, forced him just to play out on the offside.
The key as a bowler here is to sort of tempt the batsman into making that drive to a delivery that is not there to be driven. And so it's about the length that you bowl at him. Here he goes again, and this time he's got a couple through mid-wicket. And I don't think it's going to get to the boundary, it won't. But two quite comfortably in the end as he continues to show that propensity to want to drive at anything that is fairly well up to him.
He moves on to 48.
So it's certainly a situation here where somebody has to put up his hands to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But they need him to play a long innings here. And that's a good stop. They're going to have to hurry, but they do. And good backing up as well in the outfield. Good cricket all round. There's a good shot and a brilliant stop in the end. But they were able to still complete the single. The man throwing his body there and making the stop was Michael Louis, who had that simple catch earlier. So the end of another over, and it's now 86 for 5.
And with that single, Sadiq moves on to 49. Otley yet to get off the mark.
And again, you know, I was just looking at that and I was saying, you know, Shamar Brooks, I didn't realize how old Shamar was. I really thought Shamar was now entering his 30s and his late 20s. But it just reminds you of just as a good shot again. They might hustle for a second here, and they will get it to Carty. Is able to sprint around. And that is a 50 for Siddiqui. Henry?
Well played. He showed his intent from early. He scored it in 64 deliveries with 5 fours and 2 6s. A strike rate of 79. So good knock from this young man. Yes, Shamar Brooks did make a very belated international debut. He was already close to 30 when he made his debut.
Yeah, that was the thing. But I've heard of Shamar so long, you know, from since the youth team days. They wonder what happened. Here he is again to another drive. Only going to get one this time, but certainly Henry has this real desire to come onto the front foot and stroke the ball. got a single on that occasion. That brings Utley onto strike now. And I think right now they just need the idea here is to not lose wickets, and you take what the bowlers give you. And immediately Utley is off the mark. Just again, not trying to do too much by way of aggression.
Yes, it's, and you are right. It's a case of playing each ball on its merit. You have to understand that sometimes a good ball is a good ball, and you have to respect that. Don't try to do too much. And it's a 4-day game. You have a lot of time not to force, not to have any unforced errors.
And the thing now for Henry is because he's so well set, he must be thinking now of pushing on to get 100 here. And, the Leewards would probably think that this is the wicket that they need to get to expose the low order. And that's another glorious shot. He was on the back foot, too much time and space there, and he was able to crack that one through the covers for 4 more. So he continues to race along now, 93 for 5 at the end of that over. He goes up to 56.
So he's on 56. Utley has got off the mark. He's on 4. So 93 for 5. Too many wickets, so they have to try to consolidate. And if they can get through this session without losing further wickets, that will give themselves a better chance. But the young CCC team not been doing too badly, and of course they raised a few eyebrows during the Super 50 last year with some good performances, so they would want to replicate that in the 4-day cricket.
That's the whole idea, because it's tough for players to switch from one format to the next in a couple of days or weeks. But now that you've had a chance to play 3-4 rounds, by now your body should be in tune with the 4-day game, and your mental state is kind of, you're so in tune with 4-day cricket that you're thinking of batting long, bowling for long spells sometimes, or bowling 20 overs in a day if you're a frontline bowler, and your body, I suppose, would be sort of in tune with that, and and that's the best way. That's the way you could have success.
And even when you're playing a lot of first-class cricket, it's easier to adjust to white ball cricket from first-class cricket as the other way around. So it's easier. You bowl shorter spells.
You go from the red ball to the white ball.
It's easier to adjust.
And funny enough, back when I played cricket, we did play limited overs cricket. We played 30 overs a side cricket a lot of times. And you didn't really feel like you had to change much. But I always consider myself to be lucky, because I played with a lot of, seasoned cricketers, and I played with and against a lot of them. But because you're in the national program, and I was in the national program at a very tender age, I was still in secondary school. You found that I knew most of the players, so I could talk and relate to most of the players. Even when I'm playing against them, they would just look at me as this little boy, although I was big. Driving again. And what used to happen there is that they would talk to you and kind of tell you things, what to expect, what not to expect, how to deal with certain things. And it's just, you have to be like a sponge, and you're just absorbing information. And then you're kind of putting things into practice, into your game, as to how you're doing, and what to do, what you can have success with. So when you play, and you see you're having success doing it a particular way, you're not going to change that anymore. And that's why playing this amount of red ball cricket, I think, is so good for a lot of these players, because the body gets in tune. The mindset is to play. The long version, play this. And if you do well at this, then Test cricket is just an additional day,
Just 5 days.
Yeah, it's just 1 day more. You're playing 4 days already, So now you're preparing your mind for just one additional day. You're preparing your body for that. Now it's hard. People think it's easy. It's tough because when you're accustomed playing at a lower level and things come easy, well played again. You don't have to think too much about, you play. You just play because you have ability and you play. But at the higher level, it's tough because you're always under pressure. This is the end of the over, and at the end of that over, another tidy one coming from Graves. Not very penetrative, but very tidy. It now brings us up to 94 for 5, with Utley still on 156 now to Henry.
So Henry going along quite well. He got a good start. Now just for him to carry on. We need some partners to stay with him, form some good partnerships, and hopefully Utley, who is very much familiar with these conditions here in Trinidad and at the UE spec, would want to capitalize. And that's a good ball. That extra bounce from the tall Durham. Durham, who raised some eyebrows during the Super 50. Of course, he had a taste of some international cricket as well.
Remember, he burst onto the scene last year and took the place by storm. Every time you open the paper, you have 5 wickets, 6 wickets. I think in one game he had like 8 wickets. He was just destroying people.
I think the Leewards had a very good Super 50 run. Of course, not only Durham, but of course the opening pair of Rakim, and that's not getting to beat that fieldsman. So they had a very good bowling attack. You had himself and Rakim Cornwall as established spinners, and of course the opening partnership with both Alzari Joseph and Ocean Thomas sharing the new ball. So a very potent, he was part of a very potent bowling attack for the Leewards in the Super 50 last year.
No Alzari Joseph this year, who, well, not anymore because he's out of the picture, heading off to IPL shortly, I would imagine. And
the IPL starting in March, and starting earlier because of the ICC World Cup being hosted right here in the Caribbean. So
the end of another over, and just a 1 run coming from it. So that's supposed to score up to 96 for 5 now, or 95 for 5, I should say.
a lot of adjustments have to be taken for the World Cup. See, the IPL starting earlier.
CPL starting later.
CPL starting later.
Yeah. And that's really because when you're looking to create windows for all these different tournaments, tournaments that now have become kind of staples on the cricketing calendar, you sometimes run into that issue where you have to now find a space, and the only space you could get sometimes is, like in our case, in the rainy season. And you always run that risk.
Which is very difficult for. Nice
What
rise.
a beauty. That one pitched and took off, and Hamilton, it actually spun him around. When he took it, he was actually facing the gymnasium here with his back to the bowler. It had so much pace that by the time he completed the take, his whole body was turned around in midair.
With the number 44 in his back, Jamal Hamilton, who kept wicket for a couple matches, test matches for the West Indies. Another player with some international experience.
Again, they go for one quickly, and I don't think they should come back for a second. And the reason why I say that is because of who was attacking the ball, and that's Hayden Walsh Jr. And you're really taking your life in your hands if you think you're going back for a second run there. And I think they recognized that and decided against the second run.
You see, Hayden Walsh is not one to, is not the player you want to chance your hand on. He's not a rabbit in the field by any means.
It's not a rabbit, he's more like a hare. He just flies around the place like a cheetah. And Yannick is driving at this one. Again, they think of the second, but a little bit of a bubble there from Louis allows them to come back for that second run. He had it covered initially, and I thought they had given up on the idea of coming back for two. But once there was that little bubble, they were able to complete a second run quite comfortably in the end. So good running. So they're pushing up to 98 now, so they're just 2 away from 100. That will be the first milestone now. And again, when you think of somebody like a Yannick Otley, here's another cricketer who, from since the youth days, he and his brother, his twin brother, you just felt that they had what it takes to be top-class cricketers. And, you felt that one or both of them would have really kicked on to West Indies cricket on a permanent basis. Hasn't happened before them. He wants a single there. It's not there again. Good anticipation by Michael Louis. Michael Louis flying in there from cover. Dropped a catch earlier. And I would imagine when he was walking past the captain, he probably just put his head down because of the captain's bowling. And that one is played nicely down to third man. I think it has the legs to get there, and it will ahead of Hayden Walsh Jr. He's quick, but he's not that quick. And there's the speed and the firmness of the ground here, taking that one over. That will bring up the 100 as well for the CCC. They go up to 102 now for the loss of 5 wickets.
Very good shot. He ran it down to third man with such ease, using the Walsh, who is, as you mentioned, very quick across the ground, but not that quick to stop that one. So with that, Utley is on 7, Sadiq on 53, that's Sadiq Henry. And of course they have to consolidate, but they also have to put runs on the board. So they're doing that quite well. 102 for 5. And Durham will continue from the northern end, or the gymnasium end.
Henry again, very confident coming onto that front foot and stroking the ball. I think his challenge here is to which ball to pick to really attack, because the height of Durham is going to create a problem. And
Right.
because he gets so high up and he bowls high, he can, drop the ball on a consistent line and length. As a batsman, you now have to be careful. What might seem like it's coming closer to you may not actually be coming closer to you. That might be just part of the variation that he uses. And you can't just go driving, willy-nilly or airy-fairy, as they say. Adam, you have to make sure you cover the ball, because it's a well-set field. Apart from the slip on the gully and that forward short leg or the city mid-off, there's also a short extra cover in a catching position.
Yes, so usually I would always encourage batsmen to play spinners on the front foot. But Durham is a spinner, as you mentioned. You might have to think twice of coming on the front foot with that extra bounce he would get. Another example of that extra bounce.
Yep, he was cut in there, didn't make any contact. Now, you hit him for 4 in the previous over, so he was trying to repeat the dose here. It wasn't to be. And Durham probably going to put that in his memory bank and say, I'll come back to that shortly. Again, nicely lined delivery right on target. And to complete the over, looks like a maiden, 1 or 2 for 5 at the end of it.
Combined colleges and campus, well, combined campuses and colleges. Could well say they are playing home at UWI Spec. It is like a home for them. against the Leeward Islands, who beaten the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their last match in St. Kitts. Raheem Cornwall taking a stunning catch in that match. Now
Yeah.
getting into position in
He already took a
second
blinder here today as well. Made it look relatively easy.
He's not one to drop too many catches. One of the safest pair of hands in the Caribbean.
He's leading the team today. Again, trying to cut here. That one kept a little bit low. I don't think he was able to get the real power behind it. Yannick Otley. His brother Keon is in the Trinidad and Tobago setup. And, you know, I always try to think back how many brothers have we had in Trinidad and Tobago cricket over the years.
Yeah, quite a few. Recently, of course, the Bravo brothers.
We have these two. We have Yannick and Keon. And you had, back in my time, you had Sheldon and Larry, the Gomes brothers. And then you would have probably all had the Furlong brothers. And there were three of them. Carl, Kenny, and Hammond. And again, trying to force it through the offside. Again, flirting with danger there.
I think we may have the Davis brothers. I'm not too sure.
Charlie and
Charlie
and Brian.
Brian Davis. And we can also mix in some cousins there as well too. We have Dylan and Bishop.
Yep. And then, of course, remember you had Renrick Bishop and Ian Bishop. You had Rafiq Jumadin and Shamsuddin Jumadin. You had Richard Gabriel and Innes Gabriel. It looks a picture there in that defensive posture there, Yannick Otley. Graves, though not giving him much to work with by way of loose deliveries.
Very consistent in his line and length.
Keeping everything in front of him. So it's 102 for the loss of 5 wickets. CCC, who won the toss and opted to bat first, trying to justify that decision. But the end of a pretty good over. Another maiden. It's 102 for 5.
The combined colleges and campuses. Combined campuses and colleges. I don't know why I always put in the colleges in front. They have lost some early wickets, but of course, Sadiki Henry rescuing his team just a bit. Still have a lot of work to do. And of course, he's there with Yannick Otley, who would want to get in a big score as well. And of course, taking the opportunities. Just like Kamel Puran early that I mentioned, just missed out on a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force selection. Did come here to try to just to let the selectors know that what they were missing. Hit some good shots, a few good shots before he held out to Raheem Cornwall in full slip.
Driving again, and he didn't see it. I don't think Louis actually saw that ball, else he would have probably reacted to it a little bit better. For whatever reason, he seemed to be going one way and not really cognizant of where the ball was. It didn't pitch too far from him. We were just talking about that Henry propensity to want to drive at deliveries, and you have to be so careful. You have to be on top of the ball. Make sure you're on top of it, or get under it and hit it high over the man at cover. He almost picked him out just now. So Durham again probing away here. Must be telling himself he has a chance here at getting this wicket. Not too far. That one came back with the arm, and you could see Henry shoulder in arms, and that's one of those heart in your hand moments.
Very close, too close to comfort.
Durham again. I mean, if you saw Durham and Durham told you he was a cricketer, I don't think you'd think he was a spin bowler.
More looked like a fast bowler.
Yep. But he's doing very well in his chosen craft. Does have a good attitude to the game. A lot of verbal expressions being made out there. The over comes to an end. Another maiden over. 102 for 5.
The runs are difficult to come by. For the last couple overs, the bowlers very disciplined in their line and length, not giving anything away.
3 maidens on the trot for them, so it obviously means that batsmen have to try to work out how they're going to maybe attack at one end, whatever it is they plan to do. They really need a plan how they're going to go about breaking this shackle here. The runs have dried up literally.
The runs drying up has little to do with the sunshine that we have. Blazing sun, weather for cricket. Sometimes you might just want that cloud cover for a few minutes just for ease.
Yeah, I used to like to play in those stages there where when the shadows come, it comes over part of the ground. So I used to go in that port. I used to plead to feel in that part of the ground where you got a shade.
And worse yet, if the ball isn't coming on that side of the field for a while, so you just
Just stand up in the shade whole day.
holy.
But there's no shade here. This ground is bathed in sunshine. Brilliant sunshine, I might add. And Louis is back into the attack. He had 3 wickets already. And they probably need him to try to see if he could run through this lower order and the tail. But he'll be operating from the bottom end this time. We saw him operating from the top end where he did his damage. And immediately he's right on target, first ball, which is good to see. You don't want to see bowlers taking an over or two just to come to terms or get the radar right. From the very first ball, he was spot on target.
Yes, and they like to say that was a loosener. I bowled a loosener.
I'm sure he would have heard the cries in the last over when many felt he should have been able to step forward and take the catch. And here's another good delivery, just touching down the outside the off stump, holding its own and beating that outside edge and dropping in front of Hamilton, who did well to make the take.
Utley didn't know much about that one. Didn't do much wrong, coming forward on the front foot, but of course the ball just deviating just a little bit. Good delivery from Louis.
So the batsman had a little mid-pitch conference. Henry probably telling him, be careful, tighten up there. another spot-on delivery. So I'm really happy to see this type of consistency of line and length. We saw it from Graves, who was bowling earlier, and without skipping a beat, we have Louis coming back into the attack. Didn't take 2 overs or so to warm up or get himself going. From the very first delivery, he was spot on target. These are good signs, not just for the Leeward Islands, but certainly for West Indies cricket. And Utley will take a comfortable single there.
So this is a run. First one in about just over 3 overs. So we have now moved on to 103 for 5. Utley moves on to 8. Henry, 58.
Henry, this is the period where Henry has to really concentrate now. He's gotten past the 50, so you kind of put that out of his mind. And that's what batting is all about. You have to be clear in your mind. Take out all the negative thoughts. You know, if you get beaten by a good delivery, okay, you got beaten by a good delivery. Focus now on the next one. You know, don't carry that baggage with you. You know, just trying to clear your thoughts and keep going. And that's what he has to do. Play that shot. He almost got out in the last over. Kind of put that behind you now and then just play on merit. And he's gone for a quick swing. He's going to have to hurry. And he couldn't pick it up and release the ball. He tried to get it out of his grasp quickly there, and young Andrew, Joel Andrew, unable to release it.
And this is a good thing about putting the fielder under some pressure. The runny quick single, the ball went to the fielder. He had to make a couple of steps to his right, but because he was put under pressure and he wanted to do quickly, he didn't pick up the ball cleanly. And of course, the batsmen were able to finish for the run comfortably in the end, because he didn't really even get it up to relay it back to the stumps. So it's good, and that's a good example of putting the fielder under pressure.
This time, Andrews too close. A no ball signaled by the umpire. So we'll have one more to bowl. So you could just hear the players out in the field there just trying to encourage the bowler, letting him know that they're rooting for him. And more importantly, that they wanted to produce something that might hit the edge and come their way so that they could catch it.
And of course, the Leeward Islands have produced some famous fast bowlers in the past. Of course, the likes of Andy Roberts, Curtly Ambrose, Kenneth and Winston Benjamin. A lot of icons the Leewards would have produced.
But even before that, they had Shillingford.
Shillingford.
Well, they had the 2 Shillingfords really, but one was a bowler, one was a batsman. Norbert Phillip. You know, you had Hugh Gore, who's left-handed, big left-handed bowler. Then, well, apart from the 2 Benjamins, you also had Hamish Anthony, who came straight out of the U team and was doing on that. There was one other one, but he was shorter, but he was quick. And he had like a little ponytail along the back of his head.
Mm-hmm.
His name slips me right now, but you know, those are just some of the players that you were always rooting for them, because you just saw the effort that they put in. Here again is Durham teasing Henry there. And I'll give you a joke. A time I went to Antigua to watch a trial game, Leeward Islands trials. I was doing some interviews. I think the West Indies were going on tour and we were doing a show, a program. So I went to do some interviews for that program. And I was looking, and Ferris is his name, boy. I was looking at, and I said, "This is a practice game. Show hard the cricket."
You'd have thought that the first-class cricket had started already.
I'm like, man. And we didn't even talk about Ambrose. And but I was just talking. I was watching these guys. That's when I saw Kenny Benjamin. Now, Kenny Benjamin was bowling. It wasn't with Winston because Winston was playing in England.
Right.
So I'm trying to remember the guy he was bowling with. Just a short guy, but he was quick. I think it's Farris or Ferrier, something. But boy, and it's just the attitude. I just like the attitude. That's a good delivery. And that is what, because they were playing the cricket it's like with joy, because they were enjoying each other's company. Of course, as bowlers, if you're taking wickets, you're rubbing it in on the batsman. This is good from Durham, causing a little bit of anxiety there, a little bit of unease for Henry. And that man in that forward short leg position there, people don't know how disconcerting that could be for a batsman, because you know that's the one person you don't want to take the catch. So you try as hard as possible to cover the ball, and Henry did well so far to keep that one out.
And of course, when I'm batting and there's that man there, it's always, I'm like, I cannot just come forward and just push forward. You don't want to do that. You will have to, it encourages you to attack the ball a bit more. You just don't want to push the bat tentatively because it can go straight to him. So it's always, having that man there changes your mindset, changes the way you bat. Forces you to play some shots.
It certainly does. And as a batsman, you're always cognizant of that. And if the bowler is throwing the ball up, that's again playing it on with the tide is Yannick Otley. And if the bowler throws it up, of course, that's what you want batsmen to do, to look up to the ball, But what the top class batsmen will tell you, they don't look up to it too much. They kind of stay low and follow the ball at times, because that's what the bowler wants you to do. He wants you to kind of get out of your comfort and your comfortable stance and try to look at the ball at a different angle. That's well played. And growing in confidence here is Yannick Otley.
Otley has been there for 26 deliveries. So his eyes are starting to be opened up.
Hamilton just went to have a little word with him and probably telling him, how you middling the ball so is that you want to bat for the rest of the day or something. Just putting something in his mind. There's a ball that hits the outside edge and it stayed down, and I think it's gone down to the boundary. That's 4 runs. It hit the outside edge and it went down. It didn't get up at all. And that's something else that batsmen are gonna have to put in the back of their minds, because that ball barely got off the ground.
So it counts as runs for the batter. It counts as runs for Sadiq. He moves on to 63.
Actually, that's Yannick Otley.
Yannick Otley, I beg your pardon.
I don't think it was while he would be happy with the score, he goes to 8 now.
Yeah, you see, then he on 12 now. He would be on 12.
Yep. Better control there, and that's always the challenge. After delivery does something like that, it's the next ball is what you're very, very wary of. Your eyes open wide because you want to try and play this next one as best as you possibly can. And I thought he did very well there, just to keep it out. Leeward Islands second on the table. They need to stay in touch with the Windward Islands. So although there's some distance away, but in terms of points, it's important that they keep winning, because you never know what will happen in other games. Cricket is a strange game sometimes. Just never know. I'm happy to tell you, Ian, that Arsenal did survive on penalties yesterday.
Of course, I know you have Arsenal close to your heart.
Yep.
And of course, they are involved in a three-way battle for the Premiership this year. And this year will be very keen. Last year, they lost it at the very end and allowed City to take the league. But this time, not only City, but Liverpool, they have to contend with.
Yep, certainly is a nice run into the end of the season. And I think the injuries will be the key to this whole thing, you know. Because quite often, you know, especially when they have international breaks, that could upset everything. Driven beautifully by Yannick Otley, and that's going to be 4 more. Once it goes down the hill, you could barely close in on that. That's a glorious shot, and that's 4 good-looking runs for the young right-hander as he goes to 16 now, and the CCC go on to 113 for 5.
Good shot from Otley. Straight through the covers with a beautiful shot. Of course, he's starting to play himself in. And of course, that this is a partnership, a well-needed partnership that is starting to build here for the CCC. And of course, they're enjoying the batting conditions. The sun is out. The fielders and the bowlers are toiling in the sun. They are the batters, the pitch not misbehaving. So it's very nice batting conditions here, and they would want to consolidate and make use of it.
Durham again is bang on target. You know, although he's nothing like those spinners, and I'll call some names here. I think I called his name just now when we were discussing brothers. And here's another one that kept very low indeed. And there is a stifled appeal, but we'll wait to see if his leg buys. I'm not sure if he got bat onto that one. Yes, he did. He got the bat onto it, so it's a single to him. And here was another one that kind of crept in between the bat and pad. So you have to be very careful. Not all of them spin and turn. And because I was just looking at him, you know, he's bowling through and around, and that was kind of like the forte of Rafiq Jumadeen. But Rafiq Jumadeen used to use the crease so well. You know, he bowls 6 balls in and over, but it'd be like 6 different balls because the angles would change, you know, every time. And certainly he was a real master at his craft. Of course, Jumas was very deliberate. He was very slow, and just the way he moved, he was very languid, and you know, and very smooth with it. At least watchful. And even his brother, Shamsuddin, was a pretty good left-arm orthodox spinner. He thinks about a single, but it's not there again. You kind of look at who's in and around there before you consider taking a quick single. And that was Hayden Walsh Jr. That's almost like a no-no there. You don't even bother. Again, watchful to end the over, the end of another pretty tidy over. And they did get a single off of it. And so it certainly is a fine effort now on the part of them. 114 for 5 after 39. So 6 it is to Henry, 16 to Yannick Otley. Cornwall hasn't really come out of the slip all day. He's not the type of fieldsman who you want to put too far from the bat. So he tends to field mostly in the slip cordon region. So again, Louis getting a little bit of movement off the wicket. Batsman having to adjust. So Henry has played well for his 60, played some sumptuous strokes. A couple sixes in there. And again, reading the field and placing the ball where he wants to. So again, they're not setting the place alight at the moment in terms of run scoring, but they're not losing wickets either. So that's the other side of the equation that they're probably most thankful for right now, that they haven't lost a bunch of wickets after they lost Primus soon after lunch. And there's another glorious shot, and that too is going to speed across the turf for another boundary. So very well played again by Yannick Otley, continuing to grow in confidence here. She goes on to 20 now. Otley and Henry really deciding that they will take matters into their own hands as they try to dig their team out of a bit of a hole here. 119 now for 5 it is. Some people just like to be in your shot, isn't it? This is probably called the schoolboy mound on this side. And we're seeing Utley really is growing in confidence here. He's looking as solid as ever, which is a good sign. These are good batting conditions. Occasionally the ball is keeping a bit low, but other than that, and occasionally it's jumping too. But other than that, once you keep your eyes on it, you're in pretty good shape. He was reaching for that one. He was going to get a couple as it goes past Walsh, but it's a kind of shot that I'm sure he probably wished he didn't play, because he was really taking a chance. He was going after delivery that was way outside the off stump. He had to basically stretch to reach it, and you could see him just going for a little walk now as he kind of gathers his thoughts. He probably knows it was a bit naughty for him to try to get back to ball, a ball that was so far outside the off stump. So yeah, right now he's probably fighting with himself in terms of concentration, because you don't want to make a mistake now and gift them a wicket. And again, just playing with the tie to end the over. And at the end of the over, he remains on 22. It's 121 now for 5 after 40 overs.
We're getting closer to the halfway mark of the overs required to bowl, or the minimum overs required to bowl, to be bowled for the day. 121 for 5. Of course, Yannick Utley on 22 already. And of course, he would want to stick around as long as possible to rebuild the innings from those 5 wickets that fell so early today. Siddiqui Henry is looking at 39 more runs for that 3-figure mark.
He has to be thinking, he must be thinking triple figures here. 100 is 100, doesn't matter where you score it. You just want to be the one scoring it. Durham is continuing from this top end. again, even when he gives it air, a little bit of air, because his line is so consistent, you know, batsmen still having difficulty negotiating them. Yeah, he's cutting and cutting well. It's gone down the hill. Walsh is after it, and he gives up the chase, an indication that it's 4 more to Henry. So he goes on to 65 now. And the score is up to 125 for 5.
Siddiqui Henry doing quite well. Seem to be very comfortable with the bowling and the batting conditions here at the UE Spec at the Sir Frank Worrell Field in UE, St. Augustine. Sir Frank Worrell, a former West Indies captain, coming out of Barbados.
Wants to try and do it again this time, but it's much closer to him. Plus, it has a little more bounce. So Durham trying to mix up his deliveries here, trying to confuse the batsman. And Henry this time planting that front foot. You could see him making that initial, that trigger move, planting the front foot and then bringing the bat long after. Again, to complete another tidy over from Durham, although he conceded the boundary, I thought he was otherwise pretty much spot on with those deliveries. 125 for 5 now after 41.
So Henry, like the other young players this season who would have put up their hands and who would have made some substantial scores, we have Mikhail Louis getting back-to-back hundreds. He's just one of the few younger players who would have stood out this season.
Certainly, we have a number of young players who are putting their hands up now for consideration. I suppose it's ready now for them to show consistency over a number of years. Now, having said that, we saw what happened with Darren Bravo. He's been among the most consistent in recent years, but because of other factors, I think age might be one of them. He didn't feature in the West Indies team, or doesn't feature in West Indies plans at the moment.
Might be safe to say he doesn't feature in the white ball plans, because certainly Desmond Haynes mentioned that he was considered for the tests in Australia. I see the ball just trickling down to the boundary. May it have the legs, it does not have the legs.
And they're going to go quite comfortably there for another couple. 128 now for the loss of those 5 wickets. I think the test series, remember that test series was like a late call for him. And in all honesty, I don't think he was in the frame of mind to be playing test cricket. There he goes again, trying to get after Cornwall. And that's a challenge for Cornwall here now, is to maybe serve up a couple well-flighted deliveries just outside the off-stump, see what he does. And here he is again. All the ahs and oohs, as Henry was watchful on that occasion. So So as we welcome you back, we see the players just coming back into position here. Remember, it's nice and warm here at the UE Spec in East Trinidad. We're in the St. Augustine area. For those of you who might be familiar with the direction we're referring to. And this facility, of course, has been revamped. It was one of those practice facilities for the World Cup. And now it's just a lovely facility that the students get to use, but local and regional cricket also avail themselves of the facility. There's Durham continuing here to Yannick Otley, who is watchful again. For Otley, there is a forward short leg. For Henry, he goes on the offside to a silly mid-off or silly point. So there's still the slip and the gully, but now the forward short leg. I think we have a helicopter passing us overhead. All the players taking a little look up to see if they could spot it. And again, Upton to play on the back foot this time, as opposed to coming on to the front foot. Otley just trying to take a look and see if Durham is doing anything differently. And this time he's coming onto the front foot, but he can't get a run out of it. Really stroking the ball nicely now, Yannick Otley. And again, looking very relaxed at that. So that completes another over. Quick one indeed, and it remains at 128 for 5. So the Leeward Islands desperately wanting to break this partnership. So they've gone back to their skipper Cornwall, trying his best to see if he could engineer some kind of a breakthrough here. And Henry now has a slip, a leg slip or leg gully, a forward short leg, and that short mid-wicket close in catching. Down the wicket he goes. It's this one in the air. There's a long chase coming over. Can he get there? And he takes the catch. No, he doesn't. He lost it. Well. Just as he hit the ground, the ball just rolled out of his hands and rolled over the boundary for 4 runs. But what a chase that was from Hayden Walsh Jr. And he probably was the only one on the field who probably would have gotten that close into making that a chance, because he is feeling at wideish long on. That ball was hit over mid-off, straight mid-off, and he ran a good 30 meters, got his hands to it, sprawled out, and I thought he had it, but then as soon as it hit the ground, he couldn't hold on to it. And Henry survives. Really a difficult chance, but that chance was made by Hayden Walsh Jr. Raheem Cornwall thought he had his man there, but it wasn't to be. This time he's sweeping again, struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, he's out. It had taken a while before the finger went up, but finally he goes for 73 LBW to Cornwall, and that is the end of Siddiqui Henry for a very well played 73 LBW to Cornwall. So 7 fours and 3 sixes in that innings. 112 balls for his 73. And it's now 134 for 6 now. So they've been craving that breakthrough. They finally got it. And now we wait to see if the CCC can continue to resist. Romario Graves is the new batsman who is coming to join Yannick Otley. So they probably were starting to get a little worried when Henry and Otley started to put their heads down. 79 for 5, and they took it up to 134. So a good little partnership by those two. So Romario Graves now having to dig himself in here now and try to partner Otley to see if they can't really add some invaluable runs to this total here. So 55 runs, the partnership between Henry and Otley, but eventually coming to an end here. So 134 for 6 at the end of the over. So now, how does that change the approach by Otley? I think he has to try to hold his end of the bargain, try to score runs when he gets a loose ball, but basically try to stick around. Good bit of fielding again by Joel. Keeping the ball right up to the bat, not giving the batsman too much by way of swinging room, although he would like them to try a couple big hits against him. Chance their hands, as they say. And again, not fully to the pitch of that one. Otley trying to drive it on the up. Has to be so careful now. And still not able to get it through the gap. So the Leeward Islands again now, if you could hear them purring on the field, they know that they can really make life difficult for all of the incoming batsmen, but more importantly, what they want is to keep taking wickets. He is again trying to cut, but not able to get it through. So that completes another over, and it remains 134 for 6 now. .134 for 6 represents a bit of a recovery for the CCC after they had slipped to 59 for 4 and 79 for 5. And this one is hit nicely. That's gone, and it's gone for 6. Actually, just one nice little swing there of the bat from Mario Graves, and it sailed out of the bag, out of the ground at square leg. In fact, the ball seemed to go on under the cover, and I think Carty is able to keep his eyes on it, so he has a pretty good idea where it actually landed and where it was actually nestled. So he was able to go and pick it up quickly. That was a good shot. That forces a little bit of a change in the field. Man now, deep backward square leg has come around a little bit to his right, and the man at mid-wicket has gone back to mid-wicket just forward of the umpire, but right back on the fence. So he's more forward square than he is backward square. And well played again by Graves, having to roll the wrist and drop the hand so that the ball goes down and doesn't pop up a simple catch like we saw earlier. Slightly quicker delivery there from Cornwall. Yannick Utley lost his partner in crime. They put on 55 for that 6th wicket. Graves again showing that he does have the ability to bat. Just the way you could see him turning the wrist on that one. He wasn't to the pitch, but he was covering the turn and playing the ball with the tide to mid-wicket. Again, he's dropping the wrist on it. So that completes another interesting over from Yannick Cornwall. And but few alarms for the CCC as they reached 140 now for 6.
So Yannick Utley has to start all over now. He has a new partner in Mario Graves. Lost young Henry, who was well set on 73 and just missed out on a 3-figure mark, but now Mario Graves has to dig deep with Utley, and of course they will want to set small targets. So the target should be to go to T without losing any more wickets.
No, they have a great opportunity here to try to run through the low order, but Utley is standing in the way right now. Driving again, not afraid to come onto that front foot, but you know there's risk in that because there's a slip and a gully, plus that silly mid-off, silly point, and a short extra cover, all catching. Utley keeping very low, staying with the tide, with the turn. Watchful this time and not afraid to come onto that front foot, but not over-committing to the front foot. think in the previous over he played almost exclusively on the back foot. Now he's coming to the front foot. And gotten a gift there outside of his legs. And they thought for a moment of a second run. The return, of course, would have been a flat one. It would deter anybody. So now Graves, what can he do here? Should have taken out the silly mid off and put him at forward short leg. And look at the bonks there from Durham. That thing took off. And I've seen fast bowlers bowl and they do get that kind of bonks.
So the two spinners operating, both of them very tall. Rakim Cornwall and of course Daniel Durham. Both of them very tall, and both of them will extract the exaggerated bonks on this surface.
But I've never noticed over there, as the over comes to an end, it's 141 for 6 off the 7. 47 rather. I was just going to ask you, have you ever noticed that when the bowlers are getting that type of bonks, it's always off the wicket? You hardly ever see a bowler do that, and it's on the stumps. You know, what you see more often, and that is the ones that keep low on the stumps. But for some strange reason, a lot of balls turn prodigiously, but they turn off
the stumps.
You know, I don't know if it's the way the pitches are prepared or what, but it's just something that happens quite a bit. Utley looks up, sees that there is a deep backward square leg, and there is that mid-wicket fairly deep. And you don't want to be going against the breeze on that occasion, because it could very well set you up. You think you're in business and you're he's edging, and again it kept low, and just as we were talking about bowlers getting bonks, up to produce one that keeps a bit low, and that is the end of Yannick Utley for 24. It's 141 now for 7.
And we could have heard the noise from here. The noise, there was no doubt that the ball was edged. And of course, well done behind the stumps by Jamal Hamilton, who made no mistakes behind the stumps, and Rakim Cornwall with his 3rd wicket. And the combined campuses and colleges have slipped to 141 for 7. Losing 2 quick wickets, losing the 2 batsmen who we were expecting or hoping to carry on. First, Henry for 73, and now Utley for 24.
Yes, so those are 2 crucial wickets, because they were the 2 set batsmen. And now you have 2 new batsmen at the crease, although Graves has been there for a couple of overs, but it's still a big ask for them to try to really crown themselves in batting glory at this stage. So it's something that they really have to do here now, and just to give themselves a chance. And Driving immediately sets off for the run. He's going to have to hurry. And actually, I don't think anybody backed it up. They weren't sure where the ball was being thrown. Hamilton, I don't know if he thought it was going to hit the stumps or what, but it missed everything. And the batsmen were able to complete a 2nd run quite comfortably in the end.
Sometimes as a bowler, it's very disheartening to see overthrows of your bowling.
Sometimes, I think most times.
What had happened to me over the weekend, last weekend, my first delivery I bowled went straight to the fielder, an extra cover, and somehow, Ruskin, it passed him straight and went for 4. It went straight to him. That soured me for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's a peach of a delivery there. Goodridge, Amari Goodridge, not in control of that at all. The ball sort of jacked back at him, cramped him, and he just dropped the hand. He almost presented a catch to the forward short leg. So he survives. That completes the over. And at the end of the over, it is now 100. Graves is with this to 7, 143 for 7. So Mario Graves and Amari Goodridge. Mario Graves, and people say parents probably named him after the legendary Brazilian Romario. That's well played. In the end, the on drive, it's not the easiest shot to play, and Romario Graves played it well there.
Maybe they were hoping that he would have turned to football, but here he is playing for the combined colleges and campuses in the sport of cricket.
Yep. Quicker delivery there. And I suppose when you, I don't know if we follow the origin of names much. We just see a name, we like it, and we go on with it. You know, sometimes we don't really worry too much about the meaning of the name, what's behind the name. And a lot of times, especially when you see children with, I suppose, when you see somebody with an unusual name, that's when you know either the parents were aware of what it means, the meaning behind the name. On the back foot this time, you know. So that's kind of it. But you know, you have common names that a lot of people may carry, and then you have those like very rare names or very unusual names. And I'm not talking about last names here, I'm talking about first names. Here's a chance. They go for 1, and they're going to come back for the second run at that, because Archibald was sprinting to his left. He got his hands to it, but he couldn't stop it cleanly, and the batsman saw that the ball had trickled away from him. Went back for a second run, so that's 2 to Graves, who's watchful here now. And again, just looking not too far away, there was Michael Louis, as the over comes to an end, and at the end of 145 for the loss of those 6 wickets, or 7 wickets rather.
Raheem Cornwall with 3 wickets will continue from the southern end.
So Cornwall have a couple in the bag already. In fact, 3 of them to his credit. He's another one just missing the outside edge, and Cornwall spins around. That's probably the quickest I've ever seen him move. He just wheels around there to ask a question of the umpire.
Looking for the edge. He thought that he got the edge on that occasion. Mari Goodridge surviving that call. Just 3 wickets again the Leewards are searching for to close the CCC innings. Comes forward, he meets that, pushes it on the onside, and of course Raheem Cornwall has to try again.
Cornwall is just sort of teasing him there. He's giving the ball air. He wants him to come and get it. See if he will jump down the wicket and have a go.
It's good that these batsmen are playing the spinners on the front foot. Very detrimental when they attempt to play the spin on the back foot.
There he goes. That's gone a mile. That's going high in the air, just over the head of the man at Walsh there at long on. Has gone for 6.
For a moment, I thought Walsh was in place to gobble that down, but just sailing over his head, Raheem Cornwall conceding 6, and Goodrich getting 6, and he moves on to 8.
The way he hit the ball, I thought it was going much further than that. I swear to goodness I was going down by the highway. This time he's watchful, and off the inside edge they're going to get a comfortable single, and just see the scoreboard ticking over here. So they're not going down. Well, the 150 is on the board. It's 152 for 7 at the moment. And another well-executed sweep shot. That's when you get the sweep shot right, it really looks like a very good shot. It's also a very productive shot, and that brings the over to an end. 153 for 7 now after 50 overs. So Romario Graves is up to 9. So too is Goodrich. Amari Goodrich, who's just come to the crease. But Romario Graves watchful on that occasion, almost begging them to come closer to him. And but when you have a bowler who can bowl the arm ball, you have to be so careful when you're leaving alone. You have to be certain that the ball isn't going to come back and hit the stumps. He's going to try again. Durham. Again, very watchful, not really trying to do anything extravagant just yet. But when he decides to go, he's going hard, and that's another good shot. But he's only going to get a couple, as there is good fielding out in the deep. It's 155 now. And he's into double figures. He's on 11. So that completes the over. 155 for 7 at the end of 51. So again, this is our first day coverage of this 4th round clash in the West Indies Championships. And again, nice. They've decided that they're going to keep the middle off in, but the long on is on the boundary, because they know it's only a matter of time before Goodrich has a go. And this one is hit in the air, but didn't really give it the full treatment. but he hit it a little bit uppishly past the non-striker, well away from the bowler. So one more to the kitty. So they've maintained the string of close-in fielders. That forward short leg, that leg slip or leg gully. Down the wicket he goes again, this time without going with the full swing of the bat. Justin Graves just on driving it with using the wrist more than anything else. Taking it away from the bowler on that occasion. And I think if he looks up, he'll realize that there is just the one man behind square. So any kind of contact, any good positive contact he can make there, he might be able to get a run or two. And it's just about understanding the situation of the game. That completes another over. 157 for 7 at the end of it.
Mary Goodridge and Romario Grace trying to see how they can carry this innings and stretch this innings as long as possible. Of course, the Leeward Islands getting rid of both Henry and Utley, two set batsmen who you were expecting to take this innings along, and hopefully they would have reached T without losing any further wickets. So it's 157 for 7 after 52 overs. Sadiq Henry seen 73, Utley 24, and Kamel Puran 18. Louis, Jeremiah Louis, and Rakeem Cornwall accounting for 6 of the 7 wickets, each of them taking 3.
Louis was the one who started the damage. He had 2 in 1 over, and that really changed the complexion of the game, including that of Shamar Brooks, the captain for CCC. And he's one who I'm sure would have been relishing batting on this wicket. Let's see how they can navigate this period here. Can they get to T? And that's another well played shot, but the field is well set to cover for that. One more to the scoreline here as the sun is just obscured a little bit by some cloud. Presents a nice cool scenario here at the UWI Spec. Still very bright. And it's cutting away, trying to force it past Hayden Walsh Jr., but he can't get it through. Looking as solid as ever, and playing that one out in front of him, Amari Goodridge, the number 9 batsman, but that is the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 158 for 7.
With the 2 spinners operating, the overs are being completed rather quickly. 53 overs with Rakeem Cornwall and Daniel Durham operating. Now there's a change now from the southern end. Hayden Walsh Jr. is coming into the attack, replacing Rakeem Cornwall. To Walsh, who another player with international experience in this team.
So this is going to be interesting here now, because he's going to be turning away from the bat, but he could also be turning it back in with the googly if they don't pick the googly. I know some bowlers just do that to see how the batsmen will adjust. They will bowl a couple googlies first, and then bowl a vicious leg, a waist cutter, a leg break. And this is a little bit of a chase here. They might get too comfortably, yes.
So Walsh is another one of the players who would have turned out for the USA before switching to the West Indies. Now, a West Indies player. He came to the fore a few seasons ago in the CPL, where he took a lot of wickets on that tournament. Now the ball has been going down here, but it will not have the legs to go to the boundary. It will be retrieved and the batsman will just complete two.
Yeah, they're not running aggressively at all to try to put pressure on the fieldsman.
In my time, the coaches would say, run the first run hard. But of course, on that occasion, they were just cruising along for two.
Yeah, if they wanted a third, they could easily have forced the fieldsman to have to go into his third and come back and try to make it happen. Now, the thing we haven't seen in this inning so far, with the exception maybe of Henry, is nobody has really tried to get after the bowlers. You know, try to rough them up a little bit. But I suppose most batsmen come to the wicket with the sense of occupying the crease and, accumulating runs as they go along.
Nothing is wrong with occupying the crease, but you can occupy the crease and still score runs at the same time. Just that batsmen have this way, especially when it's red ball cricket, you automatically have to bat slow. It's just a simple matter of playing each ball on its merit. A good ball is a good ball, but a bad ball is also a bad ball.
It certainly is. And Walsh just getting into his work here now. He's in his first over. Sure, he too must be thinking in terms of getting back to the West Indies setup. So far he's dropped on a pretty good line, good length, forcing the batsman to play almost every ball. And again, trying to get on with things here, but to no avail. It's the end of a pretty tidy over from Hayden Walsh Jr. His first. It's 162 for 7.
So Walsh now coming into the attack. Only his first over in the post-lunch session. Thought he would have come into the attack earlier. In the 54th over, his first over, Hayden Walsh Jr. I know he did a lot of work on his batting. Scored a couple 50s last year in the Super 50. He was among the higher run getters at the tournament.
Which is good going, and this time they will get the single. As the ball just pushes on 163. Now
Carty doing the fielding down there. Carty is another player I would glad to see him in the red ball mix. Have him playing some red ball cricket. One of the younger players in the team, and of course this will certainly help him. But the ball is driven on drive down to the mid-on. So it's good to see Carty and some of the younger players being involved in red ball cricket.
another delivery too far outside the off them to interest any response other than to watch it go its merry way. They obviously have to try to figure out if they're going to take them by singles or if they're going to Or just go with what the bowlers give you. And if they give you singles, then you take singles. There's the one that goes right through him. Well, that wasn't too far off.
Durham
Again.
getting one to go through.
This one is well played. That's very well played for 4. He was on the back foot there, and he just gave that the full treatment. Amari Goodridge not mucking around here at all. He just hit that with serious power for 4.
Good shot from Goodridge, and he rushes on. The score rushes on to 166 after 5 overs, and Goodridge moving along to 15 with that beautiful shot through the covers for 4.
So positive signs here for the lower order. They're not folding by any stretch of the imagination. Guys are putting their hands up here and battling for the team. In fact, both of these lower order batsmen are into double figures. 16 and Goodridge is on 15. So it looks as if Raheem Cornwall is going to come back. So unless they're going to take Eden Walsh Jr. and put him at the top end. But after 1 over, Walsh is off. Cornwall is back on. Here is another ball that bounces disconcertedly as well, and forcing the batsman to try to cuff it off his body. And, luckily for Graves, it didn't go to hand. Down the wicket he goes, but he can't get to the pitch. It's a real battle here between bat and ball right now. Good contest. Bowlers know that the batsmen are after him. A lot of clapping. Down the wicket he goes once more. Not afraid to use his feet here is Romario Graves.
So Cornwall just giving Walsh a 1 over spell.
I think he's going to probably switch him around. I want to believe that's the plan here, but we'll wait to see. Well, that completes the over, and at the end of it, it's 149, 148 for 7, or 168 for 7, I should say.
So not too long again for tea. It's already 2:30 here at the UWE Spec, the Sir Frank Worrell Field here at UWE. And you've called it. Hayden Walsh is now coming back on the northern end. So he's replacing Durham here at the northern end. So Hayden Walsh, just the 1 over for 5 runs.
Well, I think that was expected. That was understandable because I can't see him taking a Hayden Walsh, who's such a strike bowler. And now, bowling from the bottom end to me is his better end in the sense that if you're going to swing across the line, if you're not reading him, then you're going to utilize the breeze. The ball will just go up in the breeze. If he bowls here on this end, bowls a googly, for example, and the batsman just swings the bat, he's going with the tide. He could probably clear the fence. That's another good shot there from the big fellow, Mari Goodridge. No, again, there's a little stifle there, but bowlers, batsmen, everybody just staying calm. Cornwall, of course, anxious to see the back of these remaining batsmen. There's Walsh again, right on target there. With a siren in the distance. Quicker delivery, and that one rushed through, and it actually climbed over the stumps. But luckily, again, there for Omari Goodridge, no contact. So do these batsmen just pick their spots here now and try to just or target one bowler and maybe try to go after him with a little more aggression than they would do the others? And that's well played and good enough for a comfortable single. And you could just hear the applause coming from the dressing room as they like what they're seeing from these two. It's the end of the over, and at the end of over number 57, it's 169 for 7.
So a bit of resistance coming from Goodridge and Greaves, and just playing their shots, not just simply chucking on paddling the ball around, but they're playing their shots, running the singles, running the runs between the wickets. These two. So Rakeem Cornwall will continue from the southern end.
Under blazing sunshine here at UE Spec, Cornwall is pitching up again. You can really see him here. He's trying to buy a wicket right now. Daring the batsman, if you name man, come down the wicket and get to me. There's another one that's bouncing.
That one climbed on him a bit. Played it safely away from the fielder who was lurking around.
He is again throwing the bat at that one, coming off a thick inside edge onto his pad, but it still has enough to take it to the boundary here at fine leg. So 4 in the dark, literally, one would have to say, for Amari Goodridge. But he's such a big, powerful man. When he throws the bat at it, well, so what does Cornwall do? He waits now as Amari Goodridge settles himself, touches the cap. Treats it with respect and plays the ground. I think a lot of people try to play the numbers game. Is he going to go for one now, then the next one? Here he is cutting well, into the gap it goes, that's 4 more. He was on the back foot and he extended his arm nicely, placed it beautifully, equidistant between the man at point or backward point and the man at cover, and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Rakeem Cornwall just giving him a lot of width. He bowled the ball a bit wide, giving the batsman time to and room to free his arms, and the 4th through the covers was the resulting effort there.
And almost went with him again, but decided that discretion is what was needed on that occasion. It's the end of the over, and a productive one there for CCC. It's 177 for the loss of 7 wickets.
So Goodridge and Greaves looking like they will just see through this session into tea. And they will put up their feet for about 15 to 20 minutes and then return to see how they can continue and stretch this innings as long as possible. But Hayden Walsh will have some different ideas as he will continue from the northern end.
I'm sure Graves will probably want to get as many runs as he possibly can here now. The 2 spinners operating, so but this is not the time for him to become adventurous. Probably stay till tea and then come back after the interval.
Of course, tea is not too far away.
So get a good round of applause for it. Every time the batsman makes a solid defensive shot, the spectators in the dressing room applaud. His teammates. When the bowler bowls a good ball, the players on the pitch, his teammates, applaud him. So a lot of applause going around.
And Casey Carty doing the fielding down there at long off. Walsh will be spinning the ball away from the right-handed batsman who comes forward, plays it on the offside.
See, everybody's applauding. They want the wicket now. So you could see some of the players just making a kind of forlorn figure on the field. They're not really watching. That one is hammered away again. That's another brilliant shot. It goes screaming through extra cover for 4. And that will be the tea interval. And what a way to bring up the tea interval. He just hammered that one. And Amari Goodridge is in a business mood right now. It's 178 for 7 with Goodridge going up to 24 and 17 it is for Greaves. So 182 it is. So that's the situation at T. 182 for 7 after 59 overs completed. 182 for 7 with Graves on 16, Goodridge is on 24, and at T, the CCC after winning the toss and opting to bat, 182 for 7. And we'll take a break and then we'll come back with more for you after the tea interval in about the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. So to welcome you back here to the University of the West Indies campus, the UWI Spec out here in St. Augustine. The CCC getting ready to resume at 182 for 7 with Graves, Romario Graves not out on 16 and Amari Goodridge on 24. And Goodridge really executed one splendid drive through the covers of the last ball before the tea interval that I'm sure would have generated a lot of discussion in the Leeward Islands dressing room during that tea interval. Tea probably didn't taste as well. As we see coming back into the attack now, Archibald hasn't really fired in this innings so far, but they're probably going to look to him to see if he can't ruffle a few feathers here and maybe pick up a couple of wickets. But I think all in all, the Leeward Islands will be happy with their day's play so far, although they might be thinking they should be batting by now. But the wicket isn't a terrible wicket by any stretch of the imagination. And again, this one peels off a thick outside edge and it runs down to third man. They're going to get a couple quite comfortably. Not much that Hayden Walsh Jr. could do about it. So the CCC adding to their account 184 now. So it looks like for a moment they're going to have a little delay because the side screen is being moved ever so slightly. So they're just going to maybe just inch it over because the Archibald is coming at a slightly different angle to what was happening from Graves. And so I think the batsman is happy with that. Plus they have the covers that they have to get out of the way. But all in all, I think the batsman seems happy. And again, good pace, good carry, but starting too far. And that must be the most encouraging thing here, that despite the harsh weather conditions, harsh in the sense that it's hot and it's humid and it's dry underfoot, the bowlers are still able to get a little piece and to get some good carry on this wicket. Just the 2 slips now, and Archibald looking for his first wicket. He won't get it there. So these two have done very well since coming together. And they came together at 141 for 7. And they've pushed things on quite nicely now to 184 for the same 7. So that's a splendid partnership so far. And they're looking for more. They're going to get a single here as well. Hayden Walsh doing well, but can't prevent that single, a well-judged single, I might add. So these two all-rounders, if you want to call them that, certainly showing a little bit of stubbornness, a little bit of grit, and that's what you want to see from your young cricketers. Especially playing at this level, you want to make sure that you always giving of your best. So if you're batting, you put a heavy price on your wicket, and you try to score runs as well. Here's a ball just beaten. That's a beauty. And that's the one that is so dangerous, because that's the one that straightens on the angle and just moves away from the outside edge. And unfortunately for Archibald, he didn't get a touch. It's the end of the over. And at the end of that over, it's pushing on now to 185 now for the loss of 7 wickets.
Bowling for Hurricanes on the northern end, Jeremiah Louis. 185 for 7 after 60 overs.
Yeah. So Jeremiah Louis is back into the attack now, but from the top end this time. That's where he started. That's where he did his damage earlier today. So he would be comfortable up at this end. You look at him, he's all colored. His whites are not as white as when he started this morning. And again, immediately on bowling that first delivery, you could see him looking back at where his boot marks are, where he's landing. And he did have a problem, he did have an issue with that this morning. And of course now, as soon as he's back into the attack, you could see him just looking back at it. So here he goes again. Did bowl a very, very good line this morning. Bowled with good pace. And again, you see the umpire also looking at that foot mark. They have done some work on it. And I suppose this might be the residue of previous matches. That's cracked away. That's a great shot. And that's going to go for 4. Oh, that's beautifully played. It went square the wicket on the offside. And it really, Hayden Walsh Jr. was trying to come across from his position. A deep third man never had a chance. That's another gorgeous shot there from Romario Graves. So now they've pushed him right back on the boundary, almost in the identical location where that ball went. And they've left that big gap down at third man. And Graves looking so much more confident now, growing in confidence all the time. Really looks a picture there now. Looks very comfortable, very relaxed at the crease. Here he is again, reaching for one outside the off stump. He's seeing that gap there, and he knows if he makes any kind of positive contact, it could fly down there at the moment. And of course, this is the time of the year when kites are coming into vogue, but this person lost his or hers because they stuck on the line. And that is never a good feeling, to lose your kite like that. And that's again another well played a little push drive there from Graves to end the over. And certainly at the end of that over, the score pushes on now by 189 for the loss of 7 wickets. And of course, as the Leeward Islands strive for a wicket here, so one or two of the spectators, remember we're at the University of the West Indies, so you will find students stopping by at different times to take a little look at some of their favorite cricketers. And they don't have to pay to come and watch these games. They can just, this is all part of their pathway towards either to home or to classes. So they certainly taking advantage of that opportunity here. At the other end is Amari Goodrich, who has really done very well since coming to the crease. He's a powerful man. When he hits the ball, as they say, it stays hit. He really does put a lot of muscle in it. And you could see his power because he swings the bat with, as they say, with murderous intent. It's like he wants to beat the red off the ball. That one goes right through him, and how that didn't take the off stump with it, I don't know, but it passed very close indeed. It's been that kind of a day for Archibald. He's had no luck at all. Today would be his Rodney Dangerfield day, and he gets no respect from the wicket. And because we're on the campus here at the University of West Indies, students are to-ing and fro-ing. Some coming from classes, some going to classes. You know, it's just been that kind of a, it's always the situation here. And young, bright minds. Working on their degrees. And I think I was reading just today that enrollment in some areas are down, but enrollment in other areas are up. So I suppose the majors that people are studying, the focus group, is a little bit different now. There was a time we had a proliferation of lawyers. Then we had a lot of medical students. Now people are going into more sort of non-traditional areas. And the universities have to respond. Because if you have a population that is more into agriculture or technology or what have you, you have to adjust what you're offering to them in order to woo them to come to your. That's why it's so competitive in a place like the United States, for example, where so many universities are offering different specialities. So students have choices, and if you have a liking for a particular area of study, then you go to the institution that is providing it for you at the right price. And Archibald again is on target, but Goodrich is really, he looked like he's settling in there for the long haul, and really just getting everything behind. So as we approach Easter, of course, kite flying is very popular around that time. We have a lot of competitions here in Trinidad and Tobago for different kites, whether you have a mad bull or, I don't know if the chicky chong is a competition part. And this one coming off the bat at a slightly awkward angle, but again, he's able to keep it out, and they survive. So the end of another decent over. And at the end of that one is 189 for 7. So again, you could see a lot of concern about where that boot is landing there for Louis. Seems like everybody is sort of huddled around there, staring at it intently. So CCC really dug themselves a deep hole, and they're trying to claw their way out of it. And so far, so good. They've done a pretty decent job. As they say, the tail is wagging here a little bit. And good, sensible batting. You kind of take what the captain is giving you here. And because of that cut shot that he executed a short while ago, Cornwall has been forced to adjust the field, and with that adjustment meant that there was a big gap there for Romario Graves to utilize, which he did. Goodridge edging this one, not going to run down the hill. That's going to go for 4 runs. Again, that's part of what we were talking about, because when you consider that Hayden Walsh Jr. was on the third man boundary, but because of that vicious cut shot from Graves 2 overs ago that went squarer, they brought Hayden Walsh in and squarer, and now they're using that little area down to third man, that vacant area, to cash in. So that's a beautiful boundary. So you could see Louis now deep in thought, obviously wanting to cut out the run scoring, but more importantly to get a wicket. So good cricket all round, because the bowlers are doing a good job trying to keep things quiet, and all the while trying to penetrate. But the batsmen, these two in particular, have mixed their aggression with solid defense as well. But every so often they just unleash these amazing shots and intersperse with some good solid defense like that one, which makes a good cricket all around. And you're getting all the comments coming from the players' pavilion there. Good support for the batting team, the 2 men at the crease. And I think all of the batsmen who went before must be kicking themselves because they're seeing how easy it could be to you just need to spend a little time out there. This one is played uppishly back past the bowler, and he just couldn't get around to it. But again, you could see Goodridge trying to force it. He got onto the front foot, but he played it a little too early, and he played it uppishly. Went very close to the bowler, but he couldn't get around to it. Louis, by now, of course, may be a tired man. He's been in the field all day. He's bowled quite a number of overs. And he's bowled from both ends also. So he may be a little bit stiff. That's powerfully driven again. And the ball is just coming off the bat with that sweet sound. He doesn't get a run, but at the end of it all, it's 194 now for 7. So 194 for 7, and it really means that the combined campuses and colleges are making a fist of it here after they look like they were going to fold quite easily. And that's a very good bumper there. Had to climb to get on top of that one. But so well is the way these two are playing. Graves was able to climb, get right up, and he kept it down. And I would imagine the batsmen from the Leeward Islands teams who looking on at this here must be thinking now, you know, when they get their chance to bat, that they would be only seeing positives of how they can make runs on this wicket. And again, just using the bowler's pace. And when you consider the way you can score runs on a wicket like this, the combined campuses and colleges are showing that with a little application, what is possible here.
And of course, they are doing this under the watchful eyes of the Chief of Selectors, the Most Honorable Desmond Haynes, who is situated in one of those tents. You know, and he has been there, and of course, I'm sure that some of the other selectors would be at some of the other venues, taking a first-hand look at some of the action that's taking place. And this is something that they have been doing for quite a while. He would be at one venue. Butcher, the former selector, would also, Roland Butcher, would also be at another venue, looking at the cricketers as they play, looking for new talent.
Yeah, have you ever really picked his brain to find out what precisely they look for in a player that they, you know, because I'm sure when you look at a player, you don't look at him once, you know, you try to see, and you know, be interested to see what they're looking for when they scout a player.
I remember before the team went across to Australia, before they won one series, playing not only on side in the air, but
a little bit awkward.
Right. And he was saying that he picked Shamar Joseph specifically because he wanted another bowler who had the ability to bowl quickly, who had pace, you know, to partner Alzari Joseph. And they were looking at O'Shane Thomas, because O'Shane Thomas has been bowling well for West Indies in the white ball versions, but he was saying that he wasn't sure if O'Shane Thomas could have played 5 days of cricket, and he wanted to see him play first-class cricket before he bring him into the test team. So they picked Shamar Joseph, and exactly what had happened, Shamar Joseph took 2 fifers in that drawn series. So he knew exactly what he wanted, what he was looking for, and it did pay off.
It certainly is, because and I suppose by way of disclosure, you know, when you're in a position like that as a selector or as a manager or whatever, a talent scout, generally, you know, sometimes it's not only what you see on the field. You know, it's kind of like the little backroom discussions you have with the player, with their coaches, you know, their school coaches, their club coaches, whatever. You know, those are the people that you want to get, you know, info from about the character. And that's another gorgeous drive and a good bit of fielding, but they're going to probably get a couple here. Louis with a diving effort from mid-off and stopping, took most of the pace off of it, but then had to get up and retrieve it. 2 runs, all the same in that one. So that's the end of that over, and another 3 runs added. So that should take the score up to what, 198 now for the loss of 7 wickets.
And I always like the idea of selectors going to matches, because you simply cannot take everything from a scorecard. The scorecard doesn't tell the whole story.
One thing, yep.
Doesn't tell the whole story. Somebody can make 100, but the scorecard doesn't indicate if he was dropped 5 times. A wicketkeeper could take 5 catches, but it wouldn't indicate he dropped 3 catches.
In defense of the batsman, it shouldn't say it. If I get dropped 5 times and I make 100, that's none of your business. It's 100. I'm just saying.
So it's always good to come and watch the games in person It tells a far better story.
It comes like a bowler. You can bowl 4 long hops and get wickets.
Exactly.
It says you got 5 wickets, you know, at the end of the day.
On
And 4 bad balls.
4 bad balls. It always pays to come to the matches, see everything. Can't take everything just from the scoreboard.
And that's the thing is because you have to also have a plan in the back of your mind, what you're looking for, what how you want the team to play, and who could fit that bill. Because we see that in football a lot now, where coaches are recruiting a specific type of talent.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just recruiting possibly the best player that they could find. That always helps. This one is a gorgeous drive again. That always helps when you could get a talented player. But sometimes if that player, let's say for example, you want a left-sided player, you're not going to recruit a right-footed player, who
Exactly.
really can't do the business for you. Although some right-sided players can do it, unless you know that person is versatile enough to do that,
Yeah.
you're not going to recruit that player. Even though that player might be available. So you look for somebody who could do a left-sided job for you, and then you look around and you see, unless you can't find somebody who is like left-sided, but if you have a right-sided player who can do the job on the left side, well then you know what your options are. So and to me, if that is what he's thinking, if he wants pace, okay. So now he has, he has Shamar Joseph, he has Alzari Joseph. He has Jaden Seals.
O'Shane Thomas as an option.
He has O'Shane Thomas as an option. He still has Kemar Roach, as the workhorse and as the leader of the pack, so to speak.
And we can't forget Akeem Jordan.
Right, who is coming into his own as well. So there is a nucleus there. Now how do you manage that nucleus? And T20 cricket or franchise cricket doesn't really allow you to do some of the things that you want to do all the time. Again, he's pushing at the ball a little bit uppishly, and the bowler in his follow through just not able to get under it or get close to it. Louis. Now what that suggests to me is again, you could see Goodrich really pushing at the ball, and sometimes he's pushing a little too early. So he's getting under the ball and pushing it up. Now they can bring the fielder maybe in a catching position, at that straightish, short cover, short mid-off. And just a little adjustment there. He played it a little bit awkwardly. And it's almost like he wasn't intent on playing a shot. And he just allowed the ball, didn't pass too far from the glove, just allowed it to go through. So a good day for cricket and a good fight back here by the CCC. They're at the bottom of the table, but they're showing a new sense of determination here, a little fight. And I think that's probably what Shamar Brooks and the coaches would have been asking for. Just represent yourselves and your country whenever you go out to play, no matter where you're playing. And we've seen that here in the most positive of fashions. It's the end of the over, another fine over indeed, but no wickets to report. So it stays on 198 for 7. 64 overs gone. 65 overs completed. So now we have a situation here where the Leeward Islands might be thinking, let's sort of wrap this up as quickly as possible, because you don't want it to linger for any extended period of time, and then you have to face a crucial half an hour late in the day with a brand new cherry, and you have a 15 minutes or 20 minutes of torrid pace coming at you. You see, you know, you could lose a wicket or two there, and you don't want that. So you want to try to get this over with as early as possible and give your batsman a good opportunity to bat comfortably. So the two fast bowlers who started this morning are getting a bit of a workout here now. Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. Archibald at that southern end bowling. He bowled well this morning, didn't get a wicket, and still is without a wicket. Striving here for some kind of success. Has the two slips and a short mid-wicket. I think he's going to go to that short ball. He looked to be causing a little bit of discomfort whenever he produces the short ball, and he lined them up nicely just on the body. And then he produced a peach of a delivery that went past the outside edge of Goodridge's bat. I'm sure he's thinking, what do I have to do to get a wicket here now? And but most times when a bowler says that to himself, he figures out a plan and he comes again. And that's a gorgeous drive again. They think for a moment. There's a little bit of a bubble from Louis there, but he recovered quickly, and the batsman decided against attempting a quick single. But you know, another powerful shot there from Graves. So two slips, a short backward point, short extra cover, a short extra cover, and a mid off on the offside. And then there's a short mid one, a mid wicket, and a fine leg on the onside. So trying to keep things tight. Cornwall not allowing things to get out of hand, but I'm sure he'd love to get a wicket or two now. You know, you quickly more or less want to get out of the sun. I think that's a general feeling here. This one is driven beautifully back past the bowler. It's gone down the hill, and it may not get to the boundary, and in fact he's going to haul it in there. Powell able to truck it down, and that brings up the 200 for the CCC. 200 for 7 from 65.5 overs. So that is an achievement in itself. Earlier this morning, 200 seemed like a distant thought. Now it's a reality for the CCC. So I think they have an issue with the side screen again, so they want to move it back a little bit now. And so, because what happened, the left-handed seam bowler has decided to go over the wicket now. And so they don't have a choice but to move the side screen. Move it a little bit to the left, so that the bowler so I'm not quite sure if they were able to move it as far as the batsman wanted it to, because it's a left-arm bowler bowling over the wicket, so it will have to go about. We'll have to move quite appreciably. I think he just moved it like 2 feet. It probably needs to move 2 yards or 2 meters. So they're still taking it over. So I think the ground staff has been able to effect that little bit of adjustment. The only problem is we now have to make a slight adjustment to our camera angle at that end. So here we go again, and well, Archibald has to start over because Graves wasn't ready. And there is the short ball, which I thought he was going to do from earlier, but in the end he was able to get it. So 200 for 7 at the end of over number 66. So 200 for 7. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue. Has really been a workhorse here, and he's had some early success. He got Damel Evelyn for 5. He got Kamil Puran for 18, and he also has Shamar Brooks LBW second ball without scoring, and at that point it was 44 for 3, and they were threatening to really run through the CCC's batting. But we've had some decent little partnerships and some real grit showing here. That's a gorgeous shot. That one, he just stood up, stroked it, and he's going to get 4 runs. Again, Carty was chasing there, but never really had a chance. What a sweetly timed shot there from Amari Goodrich. And certainly, he has looked the part here now. He goes on to 37 rather, to Goodrich. Graves is on 30. And it's 204 now for 7. What a fantastic shot. It still doesn't beat that straight drive that Kamil Puran executed earlier, but that is certainly right up there with the best of them. This time he's right in behind it again, really growing with confidence here. And you like to see this because it means that the bowlers have to now figure out, change their plan. And immediately we see the man at square leg being dropped back to the boundary, or 3/4 of the way back. I'm not sure if he's going all the way back. So the short ball might be somewhere in the near future, if not immediately. And again, he's driving. He's going for the quick single, and he hit it straight to the man, and Carty couldn't pick it up, and that's because it was hit so hard that once he hit it, he started to move, and that little bubble made it so much easier for him to complete the single. So one more to the kiddie. Takes it at 205 now for 7. Greenwich, who's on 30, is back on strike. Or Graves, I should say, who's on 30, is now back on strike. So he has 30 from 70 deliveries. Goodrich is 38 from 56. So the combined campuses and colleges won the toss this morning and opted to bat first. And now just after tea, they are trying to build a good score. They're 205 now for 7. And there's a short ball, and that one is hit. That's gone for 4. he probably top-edged it a little bit, didn't really hit it where he wanted to, but the result is the same, and that's 4 more to the score, pushes it on now to 209 for 7. And Graves goes to 34. So these two have really done very well. And here's another pull shot, and that one is forward of square this time. And that one goes along with 4 more through the mid-wicket region. And that's back-to-back boundaries there. I knew the short ball was coming. It's just that Louis doesn't have the same zip as he did earlier. And as a result, the batsmen are pretty much able to counter that short ball. So that pushes Graves now on to 38. And it's 209 for 7 at the end of the over. Or 213 rather. So they've put on 38 apiece. They put on 72 together already. So 213. They came together with a score on 141. And they've really done a fantastic job of bringing their team into a total of some respectability, giving the bowlers a chance against the Leeward Islands batting, which is a powerful batting lineup. So Cornwall is back now as he tries to stem this run flow. Louis, who took the 3 wickets early, went for quite a bit in that spell. And Cornwall, who also has 3 wickets, will be hoping that he doesn't suffer the same fate, but that he could get some wickets. This one is edging, and that's going to come down the hill here. It may not have enough. I don't think it has enough to get to the boundary, but 2 comfortably. So Justin Graves, the man tracking it down. And the runs keep coming for the combined campuses and for this pair in particular. So 40 it is to Goodridge. And the bat is looking as broad as a door now, as he really settled in nicely. And again, playing sensible cricket because they know they want him to maybe have a go, have a dip as they say, but he's delaying that until he probably gets one that he likes. There is a long on the boundary, there is a deep square leg on the boundary just forward of the umpire, and a backward square on the boundary. So they have players platooning out there, and then when you hit at that side of the ground, you're hitting against the breeze, so the ball is going to stay in the air for a while. So you really have to get to it. This one he's hitting hard, but he hits it low. Doesn't really get the elevation that he was looking for. But he's going to take the single all the same. One more to the score, pushes it on now to 217 for 7 at the end of that over. So things not going to plan right now for the Leeward Islands. Remember, they're second on the table. This is the CCC at the bottom of the table. So they obviously would come into this game as the underdogs, the Leewards. So Justin Graves is coming back. So 217 for 7. And it's been a This has been an excellent response by the lower order. So Graves just trying to loosen up at the top of his mark. And he has just the one slip in place. No third man, which is surprising. So he has the man at that backward point fairly deep. There's a cover, a mid-off short, a mid-on, a mid-wicket close in catching, a mid-wicket just to his right, a man at square leg and a man at fine leg. Good carry there again from Graves. So we've seen some useful performances already in this game. If we look at the bowling side, Jeremiah Louis looked a picture this morning. He looks a little bit fatigued in that last spell. Colin Archibald looked good, but he hasn't been able to prize out a wicket. Cornwall, of course, has 3. Graves trying to get among the wickets right now. Of course, Daniel Durham bowled splendidly. Did have that wicket inside of them. The wicket out of Primus right after the luncheon interval. Primus just had a good old-fashioned swipe and skied a catch. Still had to be taken, and Walsh took it very well, running back. And that one is cracked away, and eventually Walsh is able to get behind it, but that ball was traveling, plus it was spinning. So he had to keep his eyes on it, which he did. So it's around that time in the afternoon now where parents are picking up their bundles of joy to head home. A number of our students are also preparing for the SCA, the exam upcoming later this month. I think it's the 21st. And that's a lifter there, struck him on the arm. I'm not quite sure what Hamilton is appealing for. The ball was way over waist high, struck him on the, probably took it on the forearm or somewhere there. And you see him just flexing that arm a little bit. And who knows, maybe the next time he will have a go, because there is protection out in the deep there. In fact, they set the trap for him. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg. So they're obviously trying to encourage or induce the hook shot. He's so big and strong. And if he connects, it's going to fly. But so far showing good restraint. It's the end of the over, and at the end of that over, the CCC, who won the toss and opted to bat, holding their own at 218 for 7 now, 69 overs completed. Goodridge is on 41. 48 is to Romario Graves. And these two have really done a fantastic job for the combined campuses and colleges, more popularly known as the CCC. And they thought for a moment about a single there, but Durham changes their mind. So this is part of what makes cricket such a, well, some people might say a strange game. That's a beautiful cut shot. And that one will have the legs to get to the boundary, and it goes down to third man for 4 runs. Very well executed indeed. He just rocked back and brought the bat down and placed it well in the end. So 4 more to Graves. Romario Graves pushes on now. He goes to 44. His partner in crime, Goodrich, who is leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, is on 41. And they just continue to build this partnership here now. Down the wicket he goes, and when he gets there, he tries to turn it on the onside. Again, Durham is in the way. You would think if he comes down the wicket like that, you probably want to go straight over at the bowler's head. The mid-on is wide, and he's 3/4 of the way out. Down the wicket he comes again, but once again he's just flicking the ball on the onside, as opposed to hitting it with the full face of the bat. He's still closing the face of the bat because the off-spinner tends to turn towards the leg, and for the 3rd time in a row. So how does Cornwall wrap this one up? A little bit shorter, and although he plays it in front of him, the spin threatened to take the ball back towards the stump, and he was able to keep it out. That ends the over. 2-2-2 for 7 at the end of 70 overs. So Graves is on 44. 41 it is to Goodrich. And a nice, very intelligent, a well put together partnership between these two. And they've added 81 runs now, and certainly a pretty good, the best partnership of the innings so far. And that one is climbing over the head of the slip cord, and there's no third man, so runs every time. And that's what I was saying. If you're going to bowl a medium fast bowler from this top end, you have to have a third man. You have one slip, and you're asking for trouble without a third man. But the emphasis, of course, will be on the mid-wicket, on the onside. So if he continues to bowl short but outside the off stump, then that third man region, which is unprotected, is going to be a very productive area for the batsman. And Greenwich took full advantage here. He goes to 45 now, one more than his partner at the other end. This time he's getting a snorter that climbs at him, but he played it well. Give the big fella credit. He was up on his toes there like a ballerina to get that one, keep it out of his face, really. And so I think that's what they were looking for from Graves. So now the challenge has been set. Fine leg, square leg, deep mid-wicket. Can he produce the hook shot? Or is he prepared to do it, to play that hook shot? So we now see Cornwall trying to plug that third man gap. So he's put Walsh down in that region, which is a pretty good sign, because you could limit run scoring down there to just a single. And here he is trying to maybe clip this one away, but took it on the pad for another single, another run added to the total. 226 for 7. 227 for 7 now. So Greenwich is 44, or Graves is 44, Goodrich is 46. So this is Graves now on strike. And he is pulling this. The man is down there and he doesn't come forward to take the catch. Well, I don't think Archibald saw it. And that is what they wanted. Everybody is staring at him as if he had done something wrong. He was naughty there. He needed to come forward and at least give himself a chance. He opted to stay back and allow the ball to drop, and it dropped just a couple meters in front of him. And you could just hear the shout, the scream at him to come forward and take the catch. So that was the trap set there. And would you believe it? Graves almost fell into that trap. But one more to the score. He goes on to 45, 228 now for 7. Here's another short ball. And again, a vicious hook at it. Didn't make any contact, but clearly the battle lines have been drawn here now. Is who is going to get who first here? You can see Hamilton trying to spur on the fielders. But this is a good battle here. Graves is probably the least likely one to be asked to bowl the body line, bowl that short ball. But he's come to the fore. It's another good delivery. And that one just kind of whizzed past the nose and went through to be taken by Hamilton. The end of the over, 228 for 7 at the end of it. So a fine recovery we're getting from these two. Certainly it's been a big ask for them. 227. 228 for 7 rather, as they continue this wonderful little partnership, trying to probably get it towards the 100 mark and beyond. Really, this has been a real revelation for CCC. And what they don't really say, this is another gorgeous shot that's going to take it to the boundary. From the time it went past Archibald at mid-off, it went sailing down the hill for 4 more. So that pushes the score now to 232. And the scoreboard is ticking over quite nicely now. Something the Leeward Islands probably didn't anticipate. And again, another gorgeous shot. That will bring up his half century.
So Mario Graves getting to his 50, and what is very important is the partnership.
And look at another 6 here. There's another half century there because
Goodrich
Goodrich
gets his 50 the very next delivery. So they are both carried a score. They have over 100 runs partnership, and the scores. Just 98. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Just 98. Goodrich joins Romario Graves in the 50s. Graves is on 50 from 87 deliveries, 5 4s and a 6. And of course, they have pulled the CCC out of the hole and are now 239 for 7.
And they're batting so well that you're happy for them that they both got half centuries, because they're so deserving of those half centuries, and you know, probably even more. Now they could try to push on 100 partnership. And here's more runs for them because there's nobody square the wicket on the offside. They're going to get a couple. They could have easily forced 3 because Louis was just ambling after that. And that is the 100 partnership now.
came together at 141 for
41, yep.
7 and in deep trouble. And together they took the score to 241 for the same 7 wickets, both getting to 50s.
So this is a great thing. So that is the end of the over. The refreshments are being served now, so these two could really just talk a little bit about it. I'm sure their coaches would be very happy with their response to the situation and the way they've really applied themselves to get them to this point. 241 now for 7 after 72 overs, and so we'll come back when the players are ready to resume. So again, it's 241 for 7. What a fantastic recovery this has turned out to be, with half centuries to Romario Graves and Amari Goodridge. and they got them a ball apart, one ball after each other. So splendid. They just seem to mirror each other throughout this innings, and it's only fitting that they both have half centuries. But let's see what Graves has to offer now. Short ball pulled away. There is cover down there. So you see the battle lines have been drawn here now. They are going to pepper them with the short balls and see if they can survive this barrage. I'm surprised he hasn't gone around the wicket to make life a little more uncomfortable for them. But we'll see if he persists. Here's another short ball that he has a big swipe at. So clearly he's not the best of hookers in that regard, Amari Goodrich. But if you pitch the ball up to him and he swings the bat, he does have a great hand-eye coordination, hitting the ball through the offside. When he's playing the horizontal shots on his body, I think that's where he's a little bit suspect. He goes again and not really making any contact there. So it's trying to work out what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. He might be better off just not playing that shot. Just allow it to go over his head and stay out of harm's way. Pull the bat under and just tip the head and let it go its merry way. Because once you keep throwing the bat at it like that, eventually you're going to get an edge. You might get a top edge that goes for 6, but you might also just get you might glove one to the keeper or to first slip. Or worse yet, you might get hit on the helmet because he's not in position to hook. There he goes again and still not able to. And here's the second bowler now having a problem with the footing, and immediately you see Graves goes down and looks at that spot, and you see him holding his ankle as he turns to walk back to the top of his mark. So there is definitely a little give or some kind of a hole developing in that area there. So day 1 of this West Indies Championship Round 4 encounter here at the University of West Indies campus in St. Augustine has really been a mixed bag. It's been good for the Leeward Islands early on, but now the CCC have really come back beautifully. And so they will get the single eventually. A bit of hesitation there, and but they eventually get the run, which was always on. I'm not quite sure if Durham would have been able to pick it up and throw it in because he's left-handed, so he'd have had to turn his body all the way around to try to effect that run out. So the sun is still with us here. What a day we've had. And again, it is going for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry. And the return comes, but he was home. I think he was safely home. Good work on the part there of Hamilton. He thought he had gotten his man, but Graves was quick enough over the ground. A good call. Once the ball had eluded him, he was able to pick it up quickly and recognized that there was a possibility of a single, so Goodrich called him, and the return came from Hamilton, who was very alert as well, whipped off the glove and had the throw come in, and but that's the end of the over. So at the end of that over, it is now pushed on. I think they got what, 244, 3 runs in that over. So Daniel Durham, just as we were talking about him, so they're really looking, Raheem Cornwall is going through the gears here, trying to find something that will work. So far, very little has worked since the middle session. And these two have really produced a good shot. And I would imagine, as we were talking about Desmond Haynes earlier, Haynes must have a big smile on his face when he see players putting in this type of performance.
And he was also telling me, Ruskin, that it makes no sense that West Indies have over 100 players playing cricket with the respective teams. You have over 100 players playing cricket, but you're picking the same handful of players all the time. So it's good to see pick new players, especially when West Indies are not doing quite well. Doesn't make any sense picking the same players over and over when you have over 100 players playing.
And these two have really put themselves up here as players to watch, not for the first time. And so it's good that they come back again this year and showing that type of determination. And really the whole concept of putting a good price on your wickets. Don't just come and throw the bat and get out and you go back in the pavilion and sit down. You make the bowlers work for everything. And these two have really, not only have they made them work, what they've done, they've punished them at times. And they're still there, which is such a good positive sign for CCC. Hats blowing all over the place. And I suppose if you're batting that long, Graves must be thinking now, maybe I could go on and get 100 here, you know, because why shouldn't he see himself as being a centurion here in this game? Still plenty of time. This is only the first day, and this is going to be another chase for Carty, but he's able to come around. They're going to take another comfortable. So good cricket all around, but more so for the batsmen. They just seem to be able to find opportunities to keep scoring. And that should push the score now into what, 246 for 7? 245 for 7. So really you can't help but be amazed by this recovery here from 141 for 7 to 245 for 7 is a major recovery, and it really dug them out of a deep hole. And even that 141 for 7 represented a bit of a recovery. Here he goes again, really trying to hike that over mid-wicket. Now there is a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And so if he's going to play that pull shot, he's better get on top of it and try to hit it, maybe hit it in front of square. And see if it is, see that if he could get runs without getting out. Another short ball that struck him somewhere in the back as he was through the shot long before the ball arrived, and they'll get a leg by. So it certainly is, has been, I think what we had about 16 overs or so left in the day's play. So this is going to be a bit of an ask here for the Leewards, and as I said, I think this is what they don't want, you know, is to wait until very late to get those wickets late in the day. Then you have to come out and face 5 or 6 overs when the bowlers fresh can just come and just rev it up at you late in the day. There's a pull shot, and that one's gone sailing overhead. That's 6 runs, and that's an almighty swing. And really and truly, you can't give Amari Goodridge swinging room. He is going to murder you. You know, he's not the best hooker, but that one was so short, and he was in position early. He just basically helped it. So that is the 250 on the board. 252 for 7 now. He goes again, and that is another one that goes in between these two now, and that's another 6. Well. Back-to-back 6s. He's so strong, and he is just standing and delivering there. And really and truly, they've given Justin Graves this unenviable task of bowling short balls to 2 set batsmen. And even though they may not be the best of hookers, they're so strong that once they decide that they're going to go through with the shot, it's really, the ball is just sailing out of the ground. So Graves now, he can't put any more men behind square, so he has to live with what he has there. Let's see if he pitches one up for a change. And that is a good delivery, but again, it's well played in the end because he just kind of fisted it off of his chest and put it down in front of him. So a lot of lyrics flying out there right now because I don't think any bowler likes to be roughed up in this way. 2 consecutive 6s. So he must be thinking he has to do something here. So Amari Goodridge has kind of taken the lead here now with those 2 6s. And he has a nice powerful drive, but he thought for a moment about a single, but not able to elude the fast moving Joel Andrew looking there, and also had good cover rather at that mid-off position. But that completes the over, and it proved to be a very expensive one at that. And at the end of 75 overs, it's 258 for 7 now. So clearly, there is talent in this CCC team. They just haven't been able to show it so far in the competition. But I think what people are seeing here is that given the opportunity, and I suppose with a little application, they could really do good things. And this is really an amazing fight back, and one that they will be very, very proud of. In fact, I think the entire team will be happy for these two. And as Ian said, they're doing it in front of the chief selector. So if there's any inclination to inviting players to any kind of a camp or anything of the sort, these two could very well make the grade because they're showing real application here with the bat. And it just continues because they're judging these singles now quite nicely. And really keeping the pressure on the Leeward Islands. Right now, Cornwall can't really buy a breakthrough at the moment. He's tried everybody. And so far, so good for these two. They've really denied them all. I'm surprised Hayden Walsh Jr. hasn't been brought back into the attack just yet. And here's one hitting him on the pad, but again, it was going down the leg side. Coming in with the arm, and Goodridge goes for a little walk and realized that he was a little bit naughty there, just kind of relaxed at the crease, and that's all it takes, just one moment of just a momentary lapse, and you could be dismissed. Yeah, he's again coming on, and this time coming off the edge of the bat. Again, the delivery coming into the right-hander. No turn at all there, coming in with the arm. and on the angle, spearing it in towards that leg stump. And luckily for Goodrich there, he got some bat onto it, and that was by the end of a pretty good over. I think just a single coming out of it. 2:59 now for 7. I tell you what, 2 hours ago, if you had told us that this would be the score, I don't think anybody on the ground would have believed you. So that's where we are now. 67 to Goodrich, 54 to Graves, and just as I suspected, Hayden Walsh Jr. is being asked to come and see if we could break this partnership for Cornwall and for the Leeward Islands. They need him to step up here now and really produce something special for his team. It'll be interesting now to see how they deal with him, because of course, being a West Indies bowler, batsmen tend to give you a little more respect, but the way these two are going, once the ball is in the air, they're probably saying it's my ball, and they're going after it once they decide to throw the bat. They've really just played and played well, played responsibly, and played with good sense. Walsh again not giving it too much air at the moment, deciding that he's just gonna bring that arm over quickly. And once again, no real flight there, just kind of bringing the arm over. I suppose he's just trying to see if he could land on a good spot and a good length before he tries much by way of variation. I haven't seen him bowl the googly just yet. And that one is hammered away for 4 runs. Brilliantly done once again. So they're not really mucking around as they continue to find ways to score runs, and Graves picks up another boundary. So almost everything that Cornwall is trying, these two finding a way to blunt it, and not just blunt it, but score against it. So a nice cool comes over the ground, a little bit of cover, and this time he's watchful. So this has been a real magical display from these two, and any captain or coach or whoever would be very happy when you can get any two batsmen, whether it's middle order or low order, to put together a partnership like this. It's over 100 runs, and they just continue to build. The end of another over here, and the Leeward Islands still looking for answers at 263 for 7. So 77 overs completed. The other consideration might be the new ball, the second new ball, and that is just a couple overs away. So a few overs away. So they might be considering that, and maybe that might change their fortunes. But right now the spinners are operating, and again another vicious cut shot there from Goodrich, and you could just hear the instructions coming from the dressing room: keep going, keep going. They're loving what they're seeing from these two, and why shouldn't they? And there he goes again, and that one has gone sailing out of the ground, and it hit something down there that made a loud sound. And another 6, and he just didn't. It hit the side screen with a thump, bang, and clearly this man has power, has awesome power. And he is showing it here now. And I don't know how you could adjust the field for that because nobody was catching that. And again, he's as confident as ever. Really, I think when he looks back, or when they both look back at this innings or this partnership, I think they will be so proud of their effort. And just a little bit lazy there. Again, trying to rock back at the last minute and force the ball through the offside. And but no doubt a big test here for the Leeward Islands. Can they really conjure up the resolve here to push it on? And not able to do so. So they've just been they've been fighting here, but these two have done a fantastic job for the CCC. They've kept out the good balls and they've dispatched the bad ones. And that is good, sensible cricket on their part. So at the end of over number 78. So just a 6 coming off of that over. Just 269 now for 7. And remember, when they passed 241, that was the 100 partnership. And when they got to 241, so they just keep building now and padding that advantage. So this has been a brilliant partnership, and one that I think anybody who was privileged to see it would probably be talking about this for some time. This has been solid. And Graves, Romario Graves, really another talented youngster from Barbados, getting his opportunity here and really taking full advantage of it, showing that he's quite capable. He does remind me a little bit about Shane Dorridge. He has some of Dorridge's mannerisms. And that one kept very low indeed, and certainly fooled him there just that little bit. But he survives to fight another day. And Hayden Walsh Jr. is still without a wicket. And again, trying to manufacture a shot there that really could get him out. It's one of those get-out shots. Luckily for him, he didn't get a touch, and it went through to be taken by the keeper. But certainly he was flirting with danger on that occasion. So that's 79 overs completed now. A maiden bowled there by Hayden Walsh Jr., so it remains 269, and I'm sure Raheem Cornwall must be thinking maybe that second new ball might be just what the doctor ordered here. Something for them to hang their hats on and see if they can't pick up a couple of wickets here. And this is easy now for Goodridge, finding the middle of the bat with consummate ease. So these two are a young Bajan pair, And he's bowled him. He went right across that one, and it didn't really get up much. And that is the end of a splendid little innings there from Graves as he goes. And the partnership has finally been broken at 269 as Graves goes bowled all over the shop. He bowled for 58 by Durham. So that is the breakthrough that they were looking for. It's now 269 for 8. 270 for 8, rather. And he goes back for a very, very well played 58. 6 fours and 1 6. It's an opportunity really for the Leeward Islands there now to try to drive home their advantage. Zishan Motara. So Motara probably would have been sitting there for a long while. Probably didn't think it would have taken him this long to get to the crease, but he's here now. And as how can he handle the pressure, and can he stay with Amari Goodrich and help them build, maybe get past the 300 run total. That would be a major achievement for CCC. And immediately he's right out in front. So you can't say enough about that little partnership. Put on 129 for that 8th wicket. And here's another one keeping low and coming out the toe of the bat. Luckily for him, Motara, he got enough bat down to keep it out. So 129 run partnership between those two. So that completes a successful over there for the man, Daniel Durham. And I'm sure the Leeward Islands will be thinking now, now is the time to try to drive home that advantage, or at least try to finish up this innings as quickly as possible. You see Physio, Tony and Grant sprinting onto the field there for the Leeward Islands. Very popular person in the region. I think everywhere she goes, people notice her. I think the players have really taken to her, even though she might put them through some punishing sessions, but they know that it's all in their best interest. So now Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to try to see if he could end it all here for the Leeward Islands. He's sent men platooning all over the place. There's a deep square leg and a long on, a long off, a man at the extra cover boundary as well. And this time Goodrich is showing good restraint here, not getting too carried away. Jeremiah Louis just in front of us here doing some stretching. He might get a new ball. Yeah, is Hayden Walsh Jr. getting a chance here. Not for the first time. We've seen Goodrich pushing out, and there's almost spooning a catch back to the bowler. In fact, I think Louis had a couple of those dropped not too far from him, and he couldn't get under them or get his hands to them. But you could see him limbering up there because maybe the message was sent that we're going to take the new ball, and let's see what happens. Yes, a beauty. That one came right back, the googly, and it actually beat the keeper as well. And they're going to get two. Is it buys? Yes, it is buys. So it passed right through. And beat Hamilton, beat everything, beat the stumps. Well, not to mention the batsman. Motara had no clue as to where that ball was going. And is lucky to be still there. So now here's the dilemma that Cornwall is going to face. Does he take the new ball, or does he allow Hayden Walsh Jr. to rip away at these two? So, yes, look at that bounce there. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And that would have had to hit the glove or something because that thing jumped viciously.
I think with the purchase that Hayden Walsh is getting of the pitch, I think it would be better if he would just be faithful to the old ball a bit. Not rush to get the new ball because Hayden Walsh is starting to spin a web here at the UE spec.
And it's yet another Bajan player, Motara. So we had a big partnership of 129 runs between Graves and Goodrich. And here is Motara trying to drive, but clearly unsettled by that each-way turn there of Hayden Walsh Jr. Not quite sure which is which. He's not picking him just yet. A lot of chatter as to what he will do or likely to do. And I suppose at the end of the day, they're probably really downgrading his batting abilities. And here's a quicker delivery. That probably was the fastest ball for the day. And it was so quick from Hayden Walsh. The batsman, although he hit it on the full, he couldn't do anything with it. So the end of the over, I think just a single, well, 3 runs in it because he did get that 2 buys. So that should take them up to, what, 273 now? So 273 after 80 overs. 273 for 8. And there is the possibility of the new ball. Or does he stick with the old ball, as Ian suggested, that he be faithful to the spinners? But here comes the third umpire with the red cherry.
He's not wasting any time.
Well, I don't know if he's going to take it right away, but he's just, the umpire is just making sure he has it on hand, if required.
So that signifies that the red ball, the new red ball
is available.
Yep. So it's there whenever he's ready, but they should continue with the old ball just to see what Hayden Walsh can do, and if not, then give Louis a bit, who has taken a bit of a rest and should be ready.
And this one hits him on the toe as he's out, LBW. He was just coming forward there, but he pushed the foot so close to the ball, he couldn't get the bat down in time, and the ball dropped plumb on his toe, and he is out. LBW for a splendid innings here, and Amari Goodrich, I think, is going to get a standing ovation when he goes back into the pavilion there. He really batted superbly.
Yes, a very important innings along with Well, of course, at the top was Shaquille Henry, and of course,
So 273 for 9 now.
they may not need a new ball at all.
May not. No, yeah, well, certainly now they might persist with the spinners.
But a superb innings from him. Goodridge, who batted very well with Romario Graves. Together they put on 129, and of course at the top of the innings, Henry, Sadiqi Henry, who played a very good hand of 73. The three good contributions coming from these players for the combined campuses and colleges, and they rescued the team from 141 for 7, and now to put them in a very good position after tea on the first day.
So the new batsman is JDM Blades, another Barbados youngster. And he struck on the pad and he's out of BW. Well, right through there. He faced just the one ball as he came pushing forward again, playing for turn, but there was none. The ball just came in with the arm and hit him straight in front.
So finally, the CCC innings have ended. Batting, they did very, very, very good to recover from 141. And Daniel Dorham is on a hat trick and has the opportunity, if he can get a wicket with his very first ball in the second innings of the CCC of the CCC's innings, he can complete the hat trick. So he's on a hat trick that would span over two innings.
Yep. Might actually span 2 days, depending on how well the Leeward Islands bat, and we expect them to bat very well on this surface. But this is exactly what I was telling you earlier, that they will. This is what they didn't want. Is while you want to get the opponents out, you didn't want to get them out, this late in the day. Now you have to come out and probably face 6 or 7 overs, as the case may be, with a nice big red cherry coming at you. And, all kind of strange things can happen with that, with just a few overs to go. I'm surprised I'm not seeing the ground staff.
They should be coming out here to organize, because
unless because I think there's plenty of there's still another
7 overs,
9 overs left.
Well, 9 overs, they take away 2 for the change of innings, so there's 7 overs. And if these 7 overs can be completed before 5 o'clock, they play until 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so and what is the time now? So they're just sitting under the tent there. They haven't really made an effort. It's 4:45, so there's plenty of time. So they have made an effort to even go out there to start preparing for the. And I'm not quite sure which roller the Leeward Islands
would ask for.
have
And
asked
I'm
for.
not sure if the groundsmen are even aware of what is going on, if they are even aware that the last wicket has fallen, because no one,
They haven't moved.
they haven't moved. So
Well, my friend in the blue outfit now is trying to get everybody
and we see the umpire too is
coming out.
coming
Yeah,
out
so
just
they must recognize that they have to do something. And the roller, they'll need to bring out the roller.
remark that they need to remark the crease, the pop-in crease.
I'm sure he's going to go for the light roller. So they're going to bring the broom and the marker. And that is all it looks like. I'm not seeing any movement towards the rulers or anything of the sort.
I'm sure Rakim Cornwall would have requested some sort of
Some
ruling.
kind of ruler, yep, at this point in time. So that is the situation here, folks. All out for 273. And I haven't seen the 81.3 overs. 81.2 overs.
So 81.2 overs. So 81.2 overs.
Mhm.
So that's 6 overs to be bowled when you take away the 2 overs for the change of play.
So roughly 3 overs. Yeah, that they will. Here we go. They've just fired up the
Fired up the roller.
I was asking for it. Well, here we go with it. You know, and I was just trying to get some bowling figures. So we'll see, but let me just quickly run through this scorecard for you here again. Damel Evelyn was the first to go for 5. That's after the CCC won the toss this morning and opted to bat first. Kamil Puran made 18. He looked really good before he was out-caught Cornwall bowled Louis. Sadiq Henry, 73, a splendid inning, 7 fours and 3 sixes in there before he too was LBW to Cornwall. And he was the 6th wicket to go down at 134. Shamar Brooks, well, he lasted 2 deliveries, was LBW to Louis for no score. It was 44 for 3, was 44 for 2 when Puran departed. And then without any addition to the score, Brooks left also at 44 for 3. Demario Richards made 6, caught Kyle Louis off the bowling of Cornwall, 59 for 4 at that stage, 79 for 5, while Roshan Primus was out for 3 right after the lunch and interval. They went to lunch at 78 for 4 with Primus on 3 and Henry on 41. But right after the lunch and interval, Primus had a rush of blood and skied one, a good catch taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. running back off the bowling of Durham. It was 79 for 5. Then we had Yannick Utley joining Henry, and they stitched together a nice little partnership to turn things around for a little bit, because for the 6th wicket, they moved it from 79 for 5, and they took it all the way up to 134 at that point. So those two really produced a splendid little half-century partnership that went a long way towards restoring some parity in the innings, but they were still under the gun there because they were way short of a total of any significance at 134 for 6. And then 141 for 7 when Yannick Utley went for 24. He too shaped very well before he was caught at the wicket of the bowling of Cornwall for that 24. Enter Romario Graves and Amari Goodridge, both of Barbados, both playing with CCC because they probably couldn't get into the main Barbados team, and with stars like we just had Jason Holder coming back into the fray, Kemar Roach also coming back into the fold. So these youngsters decided, well, if they get an opportunity with CCC, let's see if we could grasp it with both hands. They saw Henry, Sadiq Henry out of Jamaica bat very well for his 73. Well, they just wanted to follow suit, and they put together a splendid 129-run partnership. They went to tea at 182 for 7 with 24 to Greenwich and 18 to Graves, and then they just kept going after that, really just hammering the ball to all parts. But it was Graves who brought up his 50, first off 87 balls, 5 fours and a 6 at 233 for 6 at that save. And then shortly after that, Goodridge also went past 50 with 7 fours and 3 sixes. He had a couple more after that to push to 75 in the end. Graves made 58 before he was bowled by Durham with one that kept very low. He was trying to swing across the line, missed it, and was bowled neck and crop. And Goodridge fell soon after LBW to Durham not before Motara came to the crease, but he fished around a little bit. But then it was Goodridge who went for 75, LBW to Durham, 273 for 9. And then Jadayan Blades, the very first ball, LBW to Durham for no score, 273 all out. And that is all she wrote there. So a fine display from the lower order of the CCC batting. And now it's up to the bowlers now to see if they could get them back in the frame here now with a couple early wickets. But only time will tell. We'll get to that in a short while. So as we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for the reply by the Leeward Islands to the 273 scored by CCC.
We're gonna move this one.
I don't mind passing around. I don't mind car. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Brother, me ain't blaming you, no.
No, what I'm saying, you could just meet me half. You drive down. She a car, then a car.
She
Drive
could have
down.
come up here and drop things if you know she had them. She could have come up.
So I think they fit the side screen. And here's a first delivery, a little bit low outside the off stump. And the batsmen are going to amble through for a couple. Buys the signal, and Jadian Blades there. Getting the new ball. And I'm sure they'll be hoping that he can really make an impression here. He's left-handed. And really looking to do what up here, to make a Louis. And Louis nicely into line here. This is a tricky period here. Just about 6 overs left in the day's play. And it's always a tricky time when bowlers can, as they say, pull the choke here, knowing that they will get a second bite of the cherry tomorrow morning. The ball will still be new and hard, so they can really give it everything this evening, get a good night's rest, and come again in the morning. So you get 2 bites at the cherry, and you could just hear the effort when he delivers the ball. Reminds me of Monica Seles when she played tennis long time. She was the one who, it was, and I wouldn't say she was the first, but it was really pronounced with her. When Monica Seles made a shot, you just heard that grunt. And it came after every shot. So it was because of the effort she was putting into it. And that's a beauty. That one, he almost went after it. In fact, he put the bat there. Luckily for him, the away movement took it away from the edge of the bat. So a real testing little period here for the Leeward Islands. Remember, they're second on the table. I think they'd be happy to know the Windies got bowled out for 192 by Trinidad and Tobago. So it's now up to the TNT batsmen to do the business. The bowlers have accredited themselves very well. A lot of cricket going on in the region, of course. The West Indies women, the Super 50, also up and running. Internationally, we have what, the Pakistan Super League. We have Sri Lanka playing Bangladesh. We just had New Zealand, Australia, England, and India. So if you're a cricket lover, there's plenty to go around. Plus, we have the World Cup coming up here in the Caribbean and in the US shortly. And I would imagine the teams that are stationed here in Trinidad would probably be using UE as a practice venue. And Diego Martin as well. And just doesn't seem relaxed with his run-up. Seemed to be fighting himself there, Blades, as he completes the first over. 2 runs coming off of that first over.
CCC from the southern end, Amari Goodrich.
So Amari Goodrich, who did so well with the bat, is going to get an opportunity with the ball now to further enhance his credentials here. So the first over, bowled by Blades. So Shamar Brooks trying to make sure that everything is in place. Here's Kieran Powell driving. a number of batsmen have sort of accredited themselves in the tournament, some new faces as well. Kieran Powell is another one of those who you just feel has all the experience. He has everything in his favor now. This is a perfect opportunity for him to really, get himself going and get a big score here. And but again, he's so intent on putting back to ball. He really, sometimes I feel he doesn't give himself a chance to really build an innings. He just seemed always in a hurry to get after the bowling. And I think he'd be probably well advised to notice how somebody like a Chris Gale batted later in his career. Chris Gale basically sort of played himself in before he kept going down and kept a little bit low there, and Powell had to come down quickly on it, and it was bang on target too. So he would have to be very alert here and be conscious of the fact that this wicket, from since early this morning, we saw a bit of a two-pace, some bunks and some kept low, and that was one of those that kept low. And another beauty. That's a peach of a delivery, really zeroing in on that middle stump there. And again, Powell having to be very alert there and bring the bat down quickly to keep it out. So a good start this from the CCC, following on from their splendid little batting display in the end. 273 on the board. And Goodrich again just picking up that line and really asking questions here of Powell. Hit that if you want to hit. And that's another peach of a delivery. They could sneak a quick single if they wanted to, but they decided against it. Powell is more interested in keeping that one out, and it was a good decision too in the end. So they end up a maiden over, and Powell survives it, and I'm sure he must be thinking coming back tomorrow to bat. You don't want to give it away this evening. That would be exactly what CCC wants. So here is Blades once again. And Blades just seems to be fighting himself here right now. He probably just needs to relax a little bit and allow his natural abilities to come through. I would imagine this is a big occasion for him. He has some runs on the board. He probably wants to get an early wicket here now. That's probably what they spoke about in the huddle. Get an early wicket and put pressure on the Leewards. Okay, he had a grunt when he releases the ball. Indication that he is putting some effort into that bowling. Not overly attacking. There are two slips on a gully, a backward point and a mid-off wide. But there's that forward short leg, as well as a man at square leg and a fine leg. and a middle one. So he's probably putting that man at square leg should the batsman mistime a hook or a flick off the legs. But he also has that forward short leg there. Eager to snap up anything that is deflected uppishly in his region, in his area, fending it off his hip or his chest. That's well played. That's beautifully played. That's going to run down the hill, and they're going to have to, but I don't think they're going to catch it. That's 4 runs. And that's brilliantly played by Louis there. He just came onto the front foot and stroked it, and you just heard that nice, sweet sound of bat and ball, and straight as a die, and he hit it down the ground for 4 runs. And this occasion he was pitching up, and he got the treatment. Let's see what his comeback is going to be like now. Bowled him! Well, 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 that one kept a little bit low, and there was Louis standing up, maybe looking for one short, and it went right under the bat and went through and hit the middle stump. And that is precisely what the Leeward Islands didn't want at this time. So 6 for 1 now. And that's precisely what the Leeward Islands didn't want. And I remember telling Wilson that earlier. You don't want to be batting in the dregs here where the bowlers have 6 or so overs to just run in without a care in the world and just wheel their arms over. It's what fast bowlers live for. And he just found that out. So it's really it was tough for Louis because it's not his fault, but as an opening batsman, that's what you have to contend with under these conditions. So wicket number 1 is in the books, and Carty now is going to need to bring all that experience to bear here, all that West Indies experience to bear. So instead of the man at square leg, they've decided to strengthen the slip cordon. And but Carty is in behind it quite comfortably to keep him out and end the over. 6 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. So the CCC really, with their tails up here right now, they just want to get something, another wicket that would be perfect. Demario Richards behind the stump, you could hear him belching out encouraging words to his bowlers. And even Blades, who picked up a wicket there, is rooting for Amari to follow suit. And here's another one that has Powell shuffling and hustling him a little bit there. And really, this is how the game of cricket could be so intriguing at times. Remember those periods when we couldn't get a run scored, when you had like 4 overs, not a run could have scored, and then we got that brilliant partnership between, first of course it was between the pair of Otley and Henry, and then they gave way to Graves and Goodrich. Here is Powell again, probably a little bit too early with that pull shot. Was through the shot long before the ball even got there. So real anxiety now for the Leeward Islands, because they can ill afford to lose another wicket here, because then you're thinking of night watchman and all of that, and that doesn't always work out. So you could very well lose not one, not two, but 3 quick wickets, and then you're behind the 8 ball first thing in the morning, where the bowlers are rested and fresh again. So everything in CCC's favor right now. There's another pitch, but that's a no ball, and but right up in the block hole once again. So that takes the score into 7. 7 for 1, and what a day it would be to cap off today with a wicket for Amari Goodrich. He did so well. He top scored with 75, and now all he wants to complete his day is a wicket in the dregs here, or 2 if possible. And here is Powell getting off the mark with one of his trademark back foot drives, or where he just kind of stands and flails at the ball outside the off stump. And so we see, while the cricket is going on, there are some other interests here at UWI, apart from students studying. Fitness is also an integral part. In fact, just to their left is the gymnasium here, and the UWI spec. And I'm sure when they're finished there, they might be going inside to use the weight room or do some other exercises of some sort, maybe play a little volleyball. So we see they're trying to move the side screen again. So we've had this issue for a while, but because we have the right-hander now coming to take strike, he wants it shifted just that little bit, Casey Carty. So here is Amari Goodrich looking for a wicket. But he's up against Casey Carty, who is already looking to have his legs moving. Moves sweetly into line. Just hear the chirping out there. Everybody wants to get another wicket. Another no ball. He's really striving here for some success, and as a result, he's just overstepping. The adrenaline, as they say, is flowing right now, so he just wants to get up the hill as quickly as possible, get to the crease, and wheel that arm over. But he probably just needs to take a deep breath and just relax himself and do what he's accustomed doing. And no shot offered there. Carty just picking up the line, being sensible about that. Play as few deliveries as possible at this stage of the day. You don't want to go searching for deliveries outside the off stump. You might get runs, but you might also get an edge and get out. So you weigh the pros and the cons. And there's another beach. They're going to get a quick single here. That's good running, but it was a pretty good delivery as well to complete the over. So 4 overs completed now. So the Leeward Islands just have 2 overs to negotiate for the rest of the day here, and come back tomorrow and try to chip away at that 273 as posted by CCC. So we're coming to the end of a pretty impressive day of cricket here. It's been a grind at times, exhilarating at other times, tense sometimes. So it's been a real mixed bag here. And now we're looking to end it all. It's a peach of a delivery, but again, Casey Carty just coming inside, just kind of pulling the bat in that sort of unique way that we see modern batsmen play. They bring the bat down and then they kind of bring it across the body, bring it inside the line of the ball, allowing the ball to go its merry way. I suppose the old school batsmen would pick up the line and then just bring the bat up and out of harm's way. And then, of course, when Courtney Walsh does it, I don't think there's any book for that. You can't find that in any instruction manual. And that's well bowled again. Blades really just challenging the stumps there. And again, you look at the CCC and you wonder how it is there at the bottom of the table, and all the points they've lost their 3 games. All the points they have are bonus points, either for bowling or for batting, and they got a batting point today as well, getting to that 275 total. But the challenge really is consistency, I suppose, with them. Yeah, he is again getting one outside the off stump. Casey Carty just tempted there a little bit, and but at the last moment decided against it. So he's getting a real examination here now. It's a test of his will here. It's his concentration. Can he avoid doing something rash at this stage, or will Blades produce another snorter, one that rolls? It's a beauty. That one goes through there, appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. Well, everybody went up and they were all running, celebrating, and Casey Carty just taps at the wicket, and the umpire is unmoved. Probably the worst feeling in the world when you're appealing is for the umpire to say not out, and then now, if this game was being played in the country district or something like that loud appeal might have just shocked the umpire into action. When you appeal so quickly, you see umpires jump. That's well played this time, just a single. But another good over from Blades here. Just keeping it simple. He isn't trying too many things, but his pace is up and his line is good. And at this stage of the day, that's really all you're asking of him right now. Just keep it coming. It will be interesting if Kieran Powell tries to go after him here. And if I'm not mistaken, this might be the first time that he's facing Blades so far in this innings. So I'll be keen to see how he negotiates this. And he does well as he turns it nicely, and he's going to get a boundary. It just races across the turf, and that will end the over. So that's 4 runs to Kieran Powell. Showing his class there, just kind of silencing the noise for a little bit. There was plenty of chirping, and everyone was just happy with the excitement. And so they're just going to do a bowling change here now. Just in the dregs here. Primus, Roshan Primus is going to bowl the last over. Now, Primus does bowl a heavy ball, as they say. He hits the bat very hard, and you know, long ago when you're batting in the net and the guys are bowling what they used to call the concrete special. They used to hit the bat and it shock you. Primus bowls a ball like that, and so again they have to be very mindful here of what they do, how they negotiate these 6 deliveries, these 6 legal deliveries. 3 slips on a gully. And a little bit offline there from Primus. But what a fantastic day we had here. Just to remind you again, CCC won the toss and opted to bat first. And they produced 273 81.2 overs, or 81 overs and 2 balls. Top scorer, Amari Goodrich, batting at number 9 with 75. Here's Primus wide outside the off stump this time, so you could see him trying to adjust here. And the next best was Sadiki Henry, 73, 7 fours and 3 sixes. And another useful partnership with Romario Graves and Goodrich, 129. In fact, that was the best of the innings. 129 runs, taking the scores from 141 for 7 to 273. Or to 270, I should say. 270 for 8. It was 129 the partnership, and that was when Graves departed for well played 58. So those are the principal scorers. Of course, 24 to Yannick Otley, who also shaped well, and Kamil Puran chipped in with 18, and he too looked confident, opening the innings with Evelyn. Primus with a bumper, and Carty just kind of ducks out of harm's way and allows it to go. And that's the thing with Roshan Primus. He's so strong and bowling off his shoulders, and no big discernible change in his action, and he could produce a delivery like that. That's another peach of a delivery there from Primus, as he was veering down on that middle and off stump. Carty did well to keep him out. So it was the man Durham who came back and picked up 4 wickets. Louis had 3, and Cornwall also chipped in with 3 of them. So the key bowlers did the trick for the Leeward Islands. Now their batsmen have to try to follow suit. He has a peach of a delivery that left him outside the off stump, beat everything, and a no ball. Well. It was a good take behind the stumps there by Richards. But that ball, I'm not sure it hit anything, but the hands went up, and that ball really carved away from the outside edge. Carty wasn't confident at all as he was playing at that one, and he's lucky that, one, it was a no ball and it didn't hit the edge. But what a delivery that is. Good encouragement for Primus. He's edging just wide of the man at gully, and it's going to run down the hill for 4 runs. So Carty living dangerously here as he pushed at that one, and it hit the outside edge, and that will be that for the day, as the 6th over is completed. So 20 for 1. So Kieran Powell is on 5. and Casey Carty is on 6. They will resume at 20 for 1. The man out was Michael Louis, who was bowled, one that kept low from Blades for 4. It was 6 for 1. Since that time, Carty has picked up a couple of boundaries. So too, Kieran Powell has also got a boundary to his name. And so that is the story here. CCC 273, Goodrich 75, Henry 73, and Graves 58. 4 wickets to Durham, 3 to Cornwall, and 3 of them to Louis. That is Jeremiah Louis, the opening bowler. And in reply, the Leeward Islands closed on 20 for 1 after 6 overs. That's where they will resume tomorrow. We hope you could join us here as we continue our coverage of this 4th round encounter live from the UWI Spec here in St. Augustine, the campus of the University of the West Indies, also known as the Sir Frank Worrell Park. And we look forward to your company come tomorrow morning from just about 10 o'clock. We hope you could join us then.